everybody, how you doing? We're playing Ani today, because I can't make Hellblade 2 work. I tried 1,000 things. How's everybody doing this morning? It doesn't look like that shout-out actually did the shout-out for Killer Jam 25, so let me see if it works when I do it. Thank you guys all for being here, for being patient. I'm really upset right now, honestly. Like, just legitimately just like... the first game came out 7 years ago. It's one of my favorite games, and I've been waiting forever for this game to come out. And Zed was kind enough to buy it for me. My system meets the minimum requirements. Everything should be working. I've tried running it in admin. I've tried updating the files. I've tried updating my graphics card. I've tried running it in DirectX 11 and 12. I've tried compatibility mode, disabling full screen, just something or another. I've tried 8 million different fucking things. And apparently my shout-out commands are not working today, too. Oh, God. I am... Let me see if the normal one works. That should work. Is Frosty not modded? Fuck my life. I'm not in a good way right now, but we're gonna try and shake it off and play some Oxygen Not Included. Yesterday kicked the living shit out of me at the end of stream on RimWorld. That was absolutely fucking terrible. And I was looking forward to playing a story game today instead of building something and dealing with stress. Thank you for the posture check, stretch, and hydrate, Barb. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't remember what I was doing. I don't remember what I was doing at all. I was building a SPOM, right? Sure, why not? I don't know. That really just tanked me out entirely. Again, I'm gonna try and shake it off for stream right now, but I am really feeling shitty about life at the moment. Like that just, I don't know how to explain it. I'm just really upset. But anyway, at least this colony is going well. I swear to God, if something goes wrong today and this colony gets fucked, I'm just gonna be the guy wandering around in a daze in the middle of the freeway trying to get hit by a car. Because I can't hang right now. I am legitimate. I don't even know what I'm doing right now. I think I have pipes queued up. I think we're pumping liquid from the hot area into the SPOM as a priority. Sure. Okay, so not into the SPOM, into the current electrolyzer. Heat overlay. It's toasty as fuck up here at the top. I don't know that I give a shit. Although the oxygen getting pumped down is warm. I mean, we're still at 25 degrees where we have our crops. So, if we have to, we can bullshit our way through something over here. Our water is still chill. I might have to slap down an aqua tuner in the water or do something else. We've got a pipe running over here to get us some more oil. I don't know that we need more oil. We're probably going to wait for the glossy Drecos to get plastic because I don't like making plastic out of oil. It just never seems to work out. Sorry, since I last saw... Yeah, it's good. It's not amazing. I don't even know. Yeah, we're working on this thing over here. We've got a design. I should probably have that reference image up. Let me find that reference image real quick. Where is it? This one. Okay, I have a reference image. And I was, cozy vibes. It doesn't have to be amazing, just cozy. Yeah, it's going to take me a second to switch into cozy vibes mode because I'm, like, really fucking upset right now. So, we did a design for a SPOM. I think it's going to work. I'm not 100% sure. This is not like some tried and true design. It's just, I don't even remember. What am I doing? We're going to turn that on. Those... Yes. Okay. So this should supply enough air for 8 dupes, or 16 dupes. We don't have enough water for 16 dupes from this steam vent. We've got enough for like maybe 12. It won't fully fill this situation over here. But once we start getting our industrial zone going, we should be able to be water positive enough to have the liquid to give all the dupes. Yes. Anyway, hi everybody. I'm Nethercloud. Smooth sailing. What's up? Smooth sailing. I have been waiting for years for Hellblade 2 to come out, and someone in the community bought it for me, and I spent about 45 minutes this morning changing every setting I could try to find, and won't work. Won't start. I mean, I'd be willing to wager they're probably going to have updates and stuff, so hopefully it'll start working or I can figure something out. Thank you, Killer. It's doing this thing where, like, it goes to start, and it looks like it's going to start, and then it, like, just ticks back over to having the thing going. I'm, like, completely fucked up right now. Got my ass handed to me in RimWorld yesterday at the end of the day because I was being stupid. Basically, I just got overconfident and tried to face tank a raid, lost 4 people and a bunch of digits, fingers, and toes. I mean, it's not the worst experience in the world, you know, RimWorld is RimWorld, but I was looking forward to playing a story game today and not stressing about colonies and people starving and heat and cold, and I wanted a little bit of a easier time today. Hopefully your Google Foo identifies a workaround. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there'll be a workaround or an update or some setting that I have to figure out. Yeah, me too, Killer. Me too. Me too. But I guess today's plan is to get this thing working. How am I going to do that? Oh, right. I was going to put a liquid lock here so all this gas just doesn't drip over. Then I was going to break this out. Then I was going to come around from this side and work on the tank after we get this built. We got to get this thing built, so... Who is allowed through the door? Vermin and Killer are allowed in and out. That's not there. Why is this... Oh, I didn't select it. There we go. So, for people who don't know what Hellblade is, Hellblade is set in Norse mythology, around the historical time when the Vikings were coming down from up north and the Romans were coming up from the south. there were a whole bunch of tribes, specifically the Picts, that got basically squeezed out. They got either killed or assimilated into both of those cultures as the war was happening. And so the original Hellblade takes place in that historically accurate time. When the developers first started working on the game, they had read about some sort of someone who had lived in that time, and like there was like some excavation, you know, archaeology type stuff going on, and there was a name written in there that was basically, it was similar to the name Senua, but it was different, and but that's what they thought it was at first, or that's how the developer heard it and liked the name, so they used that as the main character. So she is a fictional representation of a historically accurate time and place. You should actually have stone hatches and stone hatchlings. Okay. So the thing I loved about that game, because we're all mental health here, right? Like, we're all about the, what you call so in that time, the way they dealt with mental health disorders is that they would banish people into the woods to fight their demons, which is where all the stories about, like, witches living in the woods come from. They're not actually witches, obviously. What they are is people with ADHD, bipolar, delusion, psychosis, psychopathy, like whatever the range from the most innocuous mental health problems all the way through the big ones. They had one solution: go to the woods and fight your demons. If you figure your shit out, you can come back to the tribe. You know, basically, we would rather you dead or away from us. So she is someone dealing with mental illness and is triggered by, like, her family and tribe and lover being absolutely slaughtered. She came back from the woods after fighting her demons, after finding someone to help her, to help guide her through the madness that is fighting those demons. And when she came back, everybody she loved was dead. And do we have to do that a second time? I think we got to do that a second time. Yeah, we do that a second time. Then we got to put one above it. So they talk about how the idea behind it is that it's not just about a character, it's also about mental illness itself. How her mental health is actually the main character. She's the main character, but it's actually her mental health. They had people on retainer from, well, not even retainer, that's the wrong word, that's like a lawyer word. They had a relationship with a local mental health facility who dealt with people recovering from delusions and insanity and all these things. And they were just supposed to go in for a meeting to talk about, consultants, there you go. They were supposed to go in for a single meeting to talk about the game and how it depicted these things, because they didn't want it to be inaccurate. And what wound up happening is they wound up not full partnering, but establishing a long-term relationship where they continually went back and spoke with this facility about the game and had them test it to, basically, they made it as accurate to the experience of being, of going through it yourself. And so I loved that. It also had the right amount of puzzle versus combat versus all sorts of other stuff. So it really hit the mark across the board. Like, great story, fantastic gameplay. When I wanted to get into it originally, when I was looking at it, I was worried that the combat would be the thing that would suffer. I was like, man, the game looks beautiful, story sounds interesting, you know, all this stuff about the mental health is awesome, but I was like, I was concerned. I was like, I bet the combat's going to be lame, because they haven't really shown off the combat. Combat was fantastic. Very hack and slash. There's no inventory or item upgrades. There's no food management or water management. It's literally like you're walking around as the character. When combat happens, you pull out your sword. When your sword is out, you're in combat. And it was like, the combat was really fun and rewarding and just tactile and felt good. Like, you know, I played it on with on PS4, and I'm curious to see how the second one plays with mouse and keyboard, because playing the first one a second time through with mouse and keyboard was a little awkward. I do have a PlayStation 4 controller hooked up through Steam, so I could theoretically do it, but that controller's battery is gonna die. No, this is not what I wanted to do. Is it? No, 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 no. Cancel. Okay, and my music is getting too loud already. Okay, so anyway, that's Hellblade. We're not playing Hellblade, we're playing Oxygen Not Included, but, you know, I wanted to talk about that because I was going to put the next couple of days on hold as far as our normal schedule and do like, basically I was going to play Hellblade 2 today, see how far it went, see what the deal was, and we were either going to take the rest of the week off from our normal schedule and play Hellblade until we got to the end of it, or we were going to figure out where to slot it in so we could play it if it was long enough that we needed to do that. So, that being said, if and when I can get it running, we'll see. What are we looking for again? We picked up a cook last time, right? We did pick up a cook, right? Yeah, Camille is our cook. Get it together, Camille. And you can side in other things. We'll give you improved carry for your next skill. Green thumbs, the second, can stay as they are. For now, you know, improved tinkering is basically free. Yep, let's give you your free skill, sir. Vermin. You're our side artist. You could also get into improved construction, but you're basically just hauling stuff, so we're not going to mess with you too much. Barb is our mechatronics engineer. They've got improved construction because they've been helping out with that shit. I'm willing to give you improved construction too. Algae chewer, researcher. They've got everything they need. Oh shit, I was going to go into suit sustainability. That's what I was going to do. We don't need you building. Okay. Oh, so yes, we got a cook last time, so we don't need a cook. Plant murderer, no. Flatulent, no. This doesn't fit what we need, so we'll take the copper. Handy to have some refined metals. Now, I can't remember. I think... God, does water go on top of brine, or does brine go on top of water? I forget which one is... Alright, we're going to try it water on top of brine. We might have to mop this up and go again. Brine is more dense. Okay, thank you, Flower. I knew that, but I didn't know that, you know? How you doing? Let's do a shout-out for Flower. Maybe my shout-out command is going to actually work right now. They flower. So is Frosty going to work? Yeah. I have a bot that I like. I installed a new bot that really does awesome stuff. It, like, actually scrapes, like, the titles of streams and stuff like that, and does, like, a whole introduction for people, talking about what games and being fun and cheeky about it, and I thought it added a really nice element, and it's not working today. So anyway, guys, go check out Flower. Flower is awesome. Yeah, it's a really neat thing, and it was working flawlessly up until this morning. So, you know, got my ass kicked in RimWorld, Hellblade doesn't work, and my bot's broken. So it's one hell of a day at the moment. Lately, if I stream, it's been Final Fantasy Tactics. Oh, nice. Classics. Very classic. I don't even know. I don't even know. I'm just, we're just building stuff here and seeing what happens. 67 tons of coal, 95 tons of dirt. Alright, well, that should theoretically be good. Maybe. Where's my reference image? There we go. Yes. I don't even know what I'm doing right now. I did wind up working on a design for a Dreco farm. I spent a while looking up all the information. Got something I like going, at least for regular Drecos. I have this problem where I like things to be reasonably square. I don't like weird, awkward shapes. It's like I'd rather do additional engineering to make it work. Okay, so that is good. We'll have to put that there and there, I think. Yeah. Oh wait, before that can go in, we actually need the electrolyzer. And we have to make it out of steel because we don't have gold amalgam. Okay. That works. I think. How is the power run? Oh, and I haven't run power for the second one yet, huh? That will be... there. Don't know how we're gonna start this thing. We're probably gonna have to slap down some local coal and just make it happen. I love our little wild meat ranch over here. Okay, okay, I can do this. I can switch gears. I swear, guys. I swear. Anyway. Not to talk too much about real life, but I was explaining to Barb the other day that no matter what I'm upset about, no matter what's really kicking my ass, the underlying problem in my life is usually money. Like yesterday, I was like, I got my ass kicked by Randy. It was my own fault and everything, but if I had been able to be like, well, fuck it, I'm gonna go out and have a steak dinner and a nice baked potato and just chill, it probably wouldn't have hit me as hard, because, like, games are what I have, so when things don't go well in the games, it just kind of feels like I don't have anything sometimes. I mean, I know I have friends and community and all that wonderful good stuff, but, you know, sometimes it just, life just gives you the big old middle finger. After they build this, I need them to deconstruct this and this, I think. And then after they do that, I think all of this is sorted. Anyway, yeah, I grew up super poor, and so I've gotten used to it, but you shouldn't have to get used to not being able to afford, you know, life. Anyway, this is my nonsensical rant about life. As far as the colony goes, it's pretty much kicking butt. We're moving slowly because we're moving slowly. Killer doesn't quite have... I hear that. It's something I always try to remember as a game designer. Games should be fun. Yes, yes. Alright, Killer is reasonably sorted. Yeah, they've got the exosuit training, so that works. We're only allowing our hauler and our builder out here because... shit. Forgot we gotta actually build those first. That goes there. That ladder can go. Those can get built there. The planning is the hard part, right? Planning this was difficult. Building it, not so much. Oh, God. Oh, stretch. Stretching it out. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. It's, life is life, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to finish out this design. Do I have the main monitor up? No. So if we go over here, this is what we came up with. I think it'll work. This tile obviously has to get swapped out, which is why we have that tile here. I think this should be fine. We'll see. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. This is not like a crazy challenge, have to get certain things done. I've got some duplicates. I'm trying to work on audio, and we very randomly have roof drilling going on. Oh, yeah. You guys know the stuff that goes on outside my house. It's a nightmare. Noise when you're trying to do audio stuff is very difficult. At least this little passive system seems to be working all right as far as filtering gases. Okay, so this bad boy. I'm going to put this back over on the side screen so I can actually like click on stuff here. So that is reasonably in place. That goes there. Power is run to everything. Automation wires are in place. Do I need this to be hooked up becomes the question. No, because that's going to be pumping into these hydrogen generators. Hello, sorry for bothering you. I want to offer. Nope, go fuck yourself. We don't put up with that nonsense here. It clearly states in the rules, no soliciting. So, eat a bag of dicks, goodbye. I don't mean to be rude or disrespectful, but I've got no patience for that nonsense today. The Bat Guy. Hey, how you doing? Welcome on in. We're playing Ani, which is normally what we've been playing on Tuesdays, but today we're doing it because Hellblade's not installing, because I was going to play Hellblade 2 today. Such is life, I suppose. Okay. Okay, if I deconstruct that, it's just going to drop in here again. But what I can do... Back, do you stream? I forgot. I am so sorry. Because I'll do a shout-out for you if you stream. How are you today? As I said, I'm a bit out of sorts, but, you know, that's just Nether in general. Okay. All right, so you're going to put that in there. just ignore that and let's sweep that other thing. Yeah, okay, good, good, good. Now, this should theoretically, when they deconstruct that ladder, when they're building this airflow, the stuff should land up there. You know, if things work, right? All right, and that goes there. I'm doing well. I've been lurking. That's right. Okay, so let's do a shout out for Bat Guy. I don't think my bot is working today, but we'll use the official Twitch command. Go check out the Bat Guy, everybody. What are we doing today? Basically, start of the day, we're finishing out this SPOM. We're going to have to get this jump started, but before we can get it jump started, we have to get a pump in here. It's going to be a whole thing. It's going to be a whole thing. But I have coffee. And as I wake up more, I don't want to punch things as much. I do want to punch things, but not as much. Good. Good dupes. You know, I've never noticed the that vacuum noise, that whee, when they're like pulling in and pushing out blocks. That's a great noise. Didn't notice that for like ever. How many unnamed colonists do we have? Unnamed colonists. That's a good question. Camille is unnamed. I think everybody else is named. Camille, our cook. Get it together, Camille. So I have a friend, Winter Morning, who, she's in the community, she's just not very active. She's more of a IRL type of person when it comes to hanging out. She does occasionally get on Discord and comes and plays with us, but she's had a lot of real life stuff going on too, so you know. Anyway, when I got her into Ani, because, you know, when you get into a game like this, you get everybody into it. When I got her into this game, she was trying to figure out how to get her Camille. Aw, that's awesome, Aya. Aya redeemed the point redemption if anybody wants to name Camille. Wait, where am I? Where am I? This is wrong. That's wrong. That's got to be that. So Winter had Camille be her hauler, you know, the person who's storing stuff and hauling stuff and all of that. And she's like, why is there stuff everywhere? And she looks over and she's like, get it together, Camille. And I will never ever forget that. It was one of the funniest things I've ever heard somebody say to a dupe. Just sheer like, oh, that's such a dupe thing. Gas pump, right, because he's got to go inside. Brine, select, high priority. Let's get that sorted. I really should have the power from the duplicate gym dumping back to the main grid. I just can't be bothered to set it up. I have this set up so that anybody who doesn't have a job to do can run around. Our farmer rancher has got plenty to do. They help out with cooking when they. That is a good question. Is green thumb still leveled in grilling? You are. You don't need to be in grilling anymore. How's your athletics? Only a 6. Oh, we might mind wipe green thumbs right quick. Put them right back into all this. Get that point in grilling moved over to something else. No, Not essential right now. Not essential right now, Nether. Just calm down. There's no need. So yeah, anybody who wants to name a colonist, we have a Camille. She's our cook. Aya redeemed the name upon. It's that game you like. It is. It is. How are you doing today, Emily? I was trying to play Hellblade 2, which just came out today. And unfortunately, the game does not want to load, so... well, I mean, I guess fortunately for those that want to see Ani. But yeah, game doesn't want to load, so we're playing Ani. Cozy colony vibes. At least we're going to try. I feel a little like the IRL Randy is slapping me around a little bit lately. I mean, I did it. I did yesterday to myself. I really fucked up at the end of that RimWorld play session yesterday, and I think I'll be able to recover fine. It's just I got way too overzealous, and I'm annoyed with myself. You know when you do something and you're like, I know better than that. It's like looking at the stove, and you're like, yeah, you know I'm not supposed to touch that burning hot thing. Like, that's obviously a bad idea, but I think I'm gonna touch it. I can get away with touching it. Like, it's just gonna be a real quick, like, touch. There's no problems. It'll be fine. And then you burn the shit out of yourself. That's exactly what I did in RimWorld yesterday. Absolutely. And like, it was the end of stream, and I was talking to Linus and Barb about it in chat last night. Thank you for lurking, Killer. My commands seem to all be broken today. And part of the reason I got so upset is because I didn't have time to fix it. When that stuff was happening to me when I first started playing RimWorld back in the day, I would just stay up all night and fix it. It's like, oh shit, it's 1 in the morning and I just lost half my colonists. Well, I'll get off when it's back to normal. And so I would stay up till, way late. Where are you going? Why are you bringing it over there? These are oh, this is not disabled. So we're going to put this at a 9 so that they go here first. Oh my god. Never mind. There you go. That's why that box is there, so we don't sweep all the way to the inside of the base, so we don't wind up with hot materials in there, and also so you don't have to run 1.5 miles. We have the steel for this, right? Do you not have coolant in you? You have coolant. Why is the fill thing not filled? Eh, whatever. Okay. Remove that. High priority. Everything is a 9. If everything's a 9, nothing's a 9. Well, everything on the project we're currently working on is a 9. It's going to take us a good amount of time to get this sorted because I'm not willing to press the 2 or 3 button just yet. I can't. If a dupe gets killed today, I might just rage quit the internet. I know this from Ronnie. Midnight? Alright, let's just fix that reactor real quick. Just this and that. Yeah. And then you're like, oh, guess I'm pulling an all-nighter. I don't know why they need to climb over the volcano. I think they're doing it just to aggravate me. This. Alright, so we've got water on top of brine. Sure. this is the design. This is the design. Thing is, I didn't test this design or any. I probably should have tested this design when I was redesigning Dreco wrenches. Did you change audio settings? The game is quite a bit louder than you. Oh, I probably did in the game. What is the answer to this? Do. Maybe this was at 50%? I don't remember where this is. Let me know if that's okay. And thank you for telling me. Still a free naming for Camille, the cook, if anyone wants it. Yes, I redeemed to name the cook. If anybody wants to name Camille, just let me know what name, and we'll slap it in there. If not, maybe I'll rename Camille. If nobody claims it, I will name Camille. You can name her Julie. Yes, you can, Emily. Julie is always Camille, and she's often the cook. Although, do we have a Julie? No, we don't have a Julie yet. So is that your final answer? Final answer. Oh no, I already named one. Already redeemed it for someone. So, let's do this. Okay, let's go down to the bottom of all of these things. Is this in reverse order? What the fuck? How do these work? One to 50. Oh God. Complete 50. Complete 50. Now, Jesus, I never clear this queue. So we're going to refund Emily's points. And we're going to complete all because Aya redeemed points already. Then we're going to find Julie and actually name her. So Camille will henceforth be known as Julie. Well, I know she always likes the full name, so we'll go Julie Pixels. Right, that's who we're naming it? No, I already did it. I really got to get on top of taking care of the queue and everything like that. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the stretch, Laz. How you doing today? Oh, I really want to be playing Hellblade. I'm not going to lie, guys. I really, really want to be playing Hellblade. I loved the first game. And the thing is I've gotten used to being disappointed in sequels, but I'm not going into it expecting it to be the first game like I did with... I'm frustrated with Hellblade, happy to have the community. You know, back and forth, up and down, right? Life's a roller coaster is the long answer to that. But anyway, yeah, I don't know. I'm okay. I'm not bad. I'm just annoyed with games at the moment. Actually, this is probably the best one for me to be playing. This or my Peaceful Rimworld world. I was talking about that a lot the last couple of days. I guess I'm probably going to start a new one, and you'll see the name of the colony or playthrough be Losing is Peaceful, because I'm playing on Peaceful, but I'm not playing on Peaceful. Basically, I set everything to losing is fun for the sake of crops and diseases and stuff. Sweetney again! How you doing, bud? What's going on? Welcome on into the madness. Hellblade won't work, so we're playing Ani. Which is great. I love Ani. So in my peaceful RimWorld colony, it's actually set to losing is fun for the sake of food and disease and weather and all of that. So I still get toxic fallout and cold snaps and all sorts of stuff. I've been gradually dialing in the settings. I probably won't stay in that particular playthrough for very long. It's just kind of my playthrough to sort out how I want to do a peaceful playthrough. Because I didn't want to do it like full peaceful, like, you know, easy sauce. I wanted to have some degree of challenge, and it's cool. The fun thing about that game... Oh no, I wanted to see another game so badly, right? Emily loves this game. I mean, I love this game too, but I think Emily is a little obsessed, right? Okay, so what I want to do here is we're gonna do like this, and we're gonna put like these in because we're gonna need them to empty stuff out. I love everyone too, Sweetney. You guys make it so that I don't want to punch things. Now, let me just double check. Okay, power is run. Automation cables work. Gas pumps are ready. And what else do I need in here? Liquid pipes. We've got liquid. We've got an input for the SPOMs, and we've got the cooling loop section going. Okay. We're doing good. We're doing good. Automation wires are in the right places. And there's not a ton of gases in here because we mostly vacuumed out this whole area, and there wasn't a lot down here to begin with. So any carbon dioxide the slicksters have been just sucking up, and all the other gases we more or less pulled out of here. I say more or less because there's a little bit of fragments of oxygen and chlorine and stuff. I'd like to vacuum out... There's the one thing I'd really like to do... Well, there's several things I'd like to do with this playthrough, but one of the things I'd like to do with this playthrough is really have the bases be super organized. Like, no erroneous gases. Like, we just sort them out, you know? Okay. Is this a thing? Okay, so once those get swept up, we can finish building this in. That means it's time to actually come over here. We're gonna do brine. If we have to, we'll enable auto bottling. We're gonna... Oh, no, wait, we don't even need brine. We've got a little bit of crude in there. Let's do water. We're gonna put a quick little liquid lock in here so that we can break in from this side. It'll be a little weird, but... In fact, it'll probably mess up our suit docks over here. It's cute. It's puzzle. It's great for being a smartass about it in Twitch chat. It's just perfect for me. Yeah, it's a great game. I mean, I've got 1,400 or 1,500 hours in this game and another 1,600 in RimWorld, so obviously I'm a big fan of colony builders in general, but the thing about this game that's awesome is that it's you against the environment. It's not you against raiders or mech hives. And I love that stuff. I do really love RimWorld combat. In fact, as I was just talking about my peaceful world, when I'm playing in my peaceful world, I have to completely change my mindset, right? Because, like, I'll go trade, and I'll be like, ooh, insanity lances. I'm like, I don't need insanity lances. I'm like, well, what do I need? What are the priorities when you're in a peaceful playthrough? And funny enough, my num serums are still pretty top of the list because even in peaceful colonies, colonists break, so... Okay, so it's talking about goals in this playthrough. I want space materials. I've got 1,500 hours in this game, never had super coolant, never had thermium. We got to the tree planet in the last long-term playthrough I did and started working on getting it sorted out, getting the resin going and everything, but never actually quite got to the point where it was done. We never actually got the stuff back to the main planet, so never quite, like, actually got the space materials made. So I want space materials. So far, it looks like we only have 3 oil wells, oil reservoirs, so most likely we're not going to get a chance to do a sour gas boiler on this planet. We're most likely going to end up doing just a petroleum boiler, unless we decide to come back later and swap the system out for a sour gas boiler. Sour gas boiler is definitely something I'd really like to get into, and it comes down to a matter of, like, how much power you want to spend versus how much space materials you have versus the size you have. Like, you can make it smaller and run only like 1 or 2 aqua tuners, or you can make it smaller and use like 4 or 5 aqua tuners, or you can make it a larger setup and make the heat exchange super efficient and use only like 1. But either way, it's a project, and I'm most likely going to have to follow a tutorial. I'll probably end up designing the industrial brick that the natural gas goes to myself, because that seems like something reasonable for me to design. It's one of those things also, I'd kind of like to run it really hot. Ideally, like, however much gas we're getting out will burn off, I would say probably I think the idea of both a petroleum boiler and a sour gas boiler is to run them continually. I don't know. Sour gas boiler is only really worth it with large single planet colonies. I haven't built one since playing vanilla. Yeah, I wouldn't be building it for the sake of. I wouldn't be building it for the sake of making it super efficient, because we wouldn't need it. We're not going to need that much power, food, anything. Exactly, the challenge. I'm actually considering. I might have to go through my messages with Flower, or hit them up. If you're there, Flower, I know you have a spreadsheet for heat exchange, and I know there are probably some other ones out there as well, but I was thinking about actually trying to learn how heat exchange works and designing my own sour gas boiler. I think that would be fun. The thing about designing stuff is most people design in debug mode to figure it out and get it all sorted. I'm the type of person that likes to do things in survival. They don't have spreadsheets for... You don't have a spreadsheet for that. Maybe it was LIFO then. Somebody in the community has a spreadsheet for heat exchange. Heat exchange is relatively simple to understand. There's good resource for it. Okay. I gotta get into it, because, like, I can't napkin math it. I think I'd have to put together some sort of spreadsheet. What do we got? Not thrilled with any of them. We don't necessarily need the algae, but, you know, eventually we might use the algae for space program. Same here. I despise sandbox mode. I'm just too stupid to handle it properly. I just build everything in survival. I go into it sometimes, like I was designing a Dreco farm in it, but, like, I don't know why, but, like, stuff like heat exchange, petroleum boilers, like, all those big things, it's like, I almost feel like it's cheating. Like, I have a Dreco ranch design that I did in survival that works. Like, it works. It's not optimal, but it works. And so, like, when I go into debug, I'm like, okay, well, you know, I'm just, like, optimizing stuff. But when I'm doing stuff for the first time, I kind of like to do it, you know, with the risk. If there's no risk, like, you know, are you really playing the game type of thing? I mean, yeah, again, play the game however you feel good. Like, that's always been my thing, right? Which is, like, why I wound up starting a peaceful RimWorld colony. Like, I just felt like playing peaceful. Okay, so that no longer needs to be there. Right, all that can get deconstructed. And then we gotta figure out how we're doing this water tank. Right? I still kind of want to do infinite storage for this tank. I know that's insane, but, like, since we're playing casual, I don't really want to, like... Not that I want to exploit, but if there's any playthrough where I'm gonna exploit heavy, it's gonna be in a casual playthrough, right? Like, let's just slam an infinite storage down and have that, you know, feed it. But I'm trying to think of how to do it. I've never tried to do a gravity-based infinite storage where, like, stuff comes out of here and drops in. Especially with a steam vent, I feel like that would be a little on the difficult side because the steam might not allow you to do that because then the gases could escape type of thing. So we'll probably end up pumping it into a liquid storage and then using that liquid storage to pump into our design over here. That being said, we'll have to start figuring out how to do it one way or the other. Over here, I might disallow this door. Yeah. Not even in. We want people going in over here. Okay, they have to go through a suit dock to get in over here. Since we're disabling this dock, let's snip that out for now. Okay. Now this is going to come down to designing again. I don't think we're ever going to need to take... Thank you, Nightbot. You're actually working. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Okay. So, can we do this with a single pump? I don't think so. I mean, we could make like a normal water tank, just kind of like build this so there's a tank that like the water just slides in here and stuff like that. I don't like it. I don't like that. Okay, so this outputs 1.5 kilos. So, yeah, never going to need more than a single pump in the liquid storage. If somehow we wind up water positive enough through our other systems that we can just build more stuff, right? So... Alright, so we're going to have them build this stuff. Actually, what I'm going to do is have them build straight across here. That way the top and the bottom are separated. And we'll adjust accordingly. You're going to build over your head, aren't you? Storing coal. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a little infinite liquid storage tank down here, I think. Right next to where the input is. Zed, what's up? Yeah, Zed. No, I spent almost 45 minutes this morning updating drivers and installing and changing settings and stuff like that. Couldn't quite get it to work. My computer definitely meets the minimum requirements. It's not quite at, like, optimal requirements. It's somewhere in the middle. Like, minimum, you need, like, a 1080. Optimally, you want a 380. But I'm in the middle with the 2070. 1080, 3080, 2070. Those are the numbers. So I've got to figure out what's up. If I can't get it working at all and I can't play the game, I'll make sure to get it refunded over to you, because I wouldn't want you to waste money on me if I can't actually play the game. But I am dying. Did you try running Steam? I tried running Hellblade as admin. Run Steam as admin, you say? That I didn't try. I tried having Hellblade run as admin, but not Steam as admin. You're going to do it from underneath, aren't you? You are. You're going to make my life difficult. If Steam is admin, then the processes it starts would be run. Okay, so that's on the list of things to try. I'll work on it more after stream. I just... Again, my own fault, just like my RimWorld problems yesterday. I just assumed it was going to work. I hit preload yesterday, last night, whatever it was, started the download. Everything downloaded good. By like I was up late last night. So like by 3 in the morning, you could actually hit play. But I was like, I'm not going to hit play. I want to do that for the first time on stream. And this morning I was trying to set up the OBS overlay real quick. And I was like, okay, well, I guess I got to start it just so that OBS... I'm sure. Yeah, I'd be willing to wager there's going to be updates and patches and fixes and stuff like that. That's just kind of what happens with games, right? Like, the other thing is that the developers, the original one was designed for platform and ported to PC. So we're dealing with developers who normally code for platform. Thank you for lurking, Killer. I don't think my commands are working properly today, but... You got to deliver. So anyway, I'll try that, Zed. Thank you. And I'll try a bunch of other stuff. If anybody sees any resources or anything on it, let me know. Where are you going? Okay, I think you're getting more Ignis platform. Like PS4, Xbox, that type of stuff. They're not designed. They didn't start out designing for PC. They started out designing for platform or console. Sorry, console is the right word I'm looking for. They started out designing for consoles. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was part of the issue. So they made the game, put it out, and it met with such huge success that Microsoft basically bought it more or less day one. Which, you know, is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? You know? But it did mean that they have a bigger budget. Microsoft will probably prioritize it being, you know, a product over it being a good game, but I have high hopes, so... Bad. Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it's definitely not, like, the most optimal situation, but if it won't launch with Steam, you can return it, and I'll get it for you on Xbox. I don't have an Xbox, Zed. I have a PS4 Pro, which I don't think PS4 Pro is even going to be able to handle it, because it's designed for the new gen, so... Xbox 4 PC. Oh, okay, I got you. Is that how we gotta build that thing? That's how we gotta build that. Can I build that cuter? This thing's in the way. Of course I built this thing in my own way. Thank you, Zed. Thank you for the suggestion. Thank you for saying you would do that. I appreciate it. Like I was saying earlier, none of my problems are actually real problems. My problems are all, more or less that I can't afford to make You know, I always talk about throwing power at the problem in Ani or RimWorld or any number of games. I'm like, oh, let's just throw power at the problem. It's very Francis John type of statement. That's what he's always doing, right? And the equivalent in real life, I feel like, is like, let's just throw money at the problem, right? And I don't have the money to do that. So I spend a lot of time doing it the hard way because I can't afford to do it the way. I think I have intel, I believe. Can I build this cuter? A thing I didn't expect to hear, and I love it. Well, I didn't like that it was sticking up on this side. I'd like to have it stick up on this side, realistically. You know, so it's nice and tucked in here. Then we can use this side for the, like, pump it into the infinite storage side. What I think we're going to do is we're literally going to put a pump here, and then, like, a pump here. And this pump is literally going to be just to pump it into the infinite storage, and the infinite storage will pump it in there. I wish I was good enough to know how to do that better, but, you know, whatever. Yeah, basically we'll build this up here, connect it to the neutronium. We'll cover it in right here. That water will come in there-ish. I'm already getting my thing all messy. Oh yeah, we probably won't want to run. Okay, I got to make some adjustments. Oh yeah, I'm a bad streamer. I don't remember to do anything like that. So we'll put that there. As far as inside of this, we can use regular pipe. That'll go there, and then this can just go like that. We're going to need power for this, and I want to run this off of that power. So, shit. Yep, not quite done building yet in there. I was like, we got this, right? We got this? No, not quite. We're going to have to deconstruct that tile and deconstruct that tile so that we can actually run power. Like that? Yes. And these, I think they also have to be steel, right? Everything's got to be steel because we're dealing with hot fucking water. Okay. And that means we need at least another 700 steel. Kilos of iron. So if we want 7 times 7 times 5 is 35, plus another 14 is 49. I don't know what I'm doing. Let's just do let's just do 7 more batches of each one. And I feel like we might as well just put in stuff like that, just so we have access to like run this whichever way we want around the thing. Will this? I still feel like we're kind of wasting a little bit of space here, but can't be perfectly efficient, right? Ice meteors are temporary cool if all else fails. Yeah, I used to have a quote thing set up. I don't know why it doesn't work. I don't know why anything doesn't work. I'm an insane person. Oh, no, no, no. Why is the conductive wire made of steel? Go fuck yourself, game. Lead. Why do we not have access to lead? Because we can't go out here? Wait, why can't we go out there? Right, because I fucked this up. Excellent. Let's not make conductive wire out of steel. Yeah, I kind of wish the game would like have a confirmation dialog box when that stuff. You know what I mean? Like the material you've selected is not available. Would you like to make it out of this material instead? Like, I don't like that it automatically goes to it. Snoot, what's going on? How you doing? Welcome on in. First time chatting. How was the rest of Dagoth's stream yesterday? God, if you want to see me if you want to see me suffer, go watch the last like hour of my VOD from yesterday. That's awesome. I'm glad. Dagout's awesome. Do you streams too, Snoot, or are you loads up VOD? Excellent. I do. Okay, fantastic. Let's do a shout out for Snoot. Oh yeah, I shout out everybody who comes in that streams for us if I can. I like to support people. People have been very helpful and supportive to me. Uh, Let me actually follow you as well so that I know when you're on and I can. Oh, I already am following. Good for me. I was on top of it when you guys came in. Yeah, of course, of course. Guys, Snoot and Dag are also RimWorld players and awesome people. They've been very kind and accepting to me as I've come in and screwed around. The Rim Ani circles are very supportive. It's true, very much so. I was gonna play Hellblade 2 today because it came out this morning, but ran into some technical difficulties. Couldn't quite get the motherfucker started, so never even heard of it. It did this thing where it looked like it was loading, and Steam says I've played it for 1 minute. Yeah, it's the sequel. The original came out 7 years ago, and it's one of my favorite story games. I was talking about it earlier, but I don't mind repeating myself because that's what I do. It's a story game that takes place in the historically accurate time from when the Vikings were invading downward and the Romans were conquering upward. So the tribes in there, specifically the Picts, Picts, basically they either died or assimilated into either of those cultures. So the video game is a fantasy game that's not fully accurate to, it's not like it follows a true story, but it's based in a historically accurate time and place. And as I was explaining earlier, one of the things they did is they retained a relationship with a mental health facility because Hellblade focuses on the concept of mental health as a main character. Senua is technically the main character, but they always looked at it as her and her mental illness being the main character together. So they made a big effort to make sure that when they were showing her delusions and psychosis and all of that and hearing sounds, that it represented it in a true to life way. They showed people who were recovering from the same illnesses and who were going through treatment to see if they had captured it in an accurate way. So when you see visual trails and you hear sounds, like she hears voices, they used a binaural microphone so the voices swirl. They get further away and closer and they move around your head, especially if you wear headphones. And so the game is a mix of puzzle and combat and story. No inventory, any of that stuff. You're basically just moving around the world, experiencing it through her eyes. Because the way they dealt with mental illness back in the day, back in that time, was the whole reason you have stories about witches and like crazy hermits living in the woods is because without understanding mental illness in those time periods, it was thought that you had demons. So when anything cropped up, from the most simple mental illness, things like ADHD and dealing with anxiety and depression, all the way up to like straight on psychopathy, it was the same answer. Go to the woods, fight your demons, and when you've won that battle, come back to the tribe. And so often they never came back. They just became that weird person living out there, the witch or the hermit or the monster that used to be human once or whatever. And so that's how the story takes place. And she comes back from the woods after finding someone who was a slave of the Vikings, helped her through her mental illness and taught her how to harness it and use it instead of letting it destroy her. He taught her how to exist with her mental illness. Yeah, so like, but when she came back from the woods where she had met Druth, which is the Norse word for liar, because he was considered basically like storytellers, liars, stuff like that. He was captured by the Vikings, and he's like talks about how he wishes they had actually killed him, because being a slave was even worse. Whole thing. And he teaches her how to like use her power, basically, and like compose herself and function. And so she goes back to the tribe to be like, hey, I've conquered my demons, and everybody is dead. The Vikings had come and murdered them and tortured them and like put their corpses on display like in Blood Eagle positions and stuff like that. And she snaps, like it just destroys her. And so she takes the head of her lover to go find Helheim, the Norse hell, and reclaim his soul from Hela so that he can be free in the afterlife. And you follow her through her journey in hell. And one of the questions, wait, she needed his head for, apparently that's part of like the belief structure there. So she takes his head, wraps it, and goes. And one of the questions people ask about the game, and the developers talk about this, is what she's going through real? Because, you know, she has delusions and psychosis and voices and all this stuff. So they're like, is it real? And their answer has always been, it's real for her. You know, trying to say that reality is subjective. And when you deal with these type of mental situations, it feels just as real as the table in front of you or the hand that you're holding. Like, for her, it is 100% real. So that's the whole thing. And I love the game. The first one is somewhere between like a 7 and 10 hour playthrough, depending on, you know, how quick you pick up the mechanics and like whatever. But it was also like a indie developer. I think it was like 20 or 25 bucks. Now, with the backing of Microsoft, they've made a full-fledged sequel. It's a full-price $50 game, which Zed is insane. He bought it for me. And it released this morning. I preloaded it last night, and it released this morning. I'm very, very excited to play it. Like, legitimately was going to throw my whole schedule off that I've been working on. RimWorld Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Ani on Tuesday and Thursday. I was like, fuck it, gotta play the game the day it releases. And so I started about 45 minutes later, so 40 minutes, something like that, because I was trying to get it to work. Tried everything. Zed gave me a few suggestions, so I might have a few other things to try. Are we not unreachable build? Why is it unreachable? Can we not go through there? Okay, now we can get through there. Excellent. It's like, why isn't this getting built? Because I had the priorities wrong. So anyway, one of my favorite story games. Horizon Zero Dawn and Hellblade were and are two of my top favorites. I'd also like to play Forbidden West. It took like almost 2 years or more. Very good. Yeah, exactly. I had taken kind of a break from gaming because I was doing a lot of music stuff. Yes, I was waiting for it to come to PC because I have a way better PC than I have a console. So Zero Dawn was fantastic. I will get Forbidden West eventually. It's just like, it's another thing where it's like, it's money, you know? Yeah, the story was fantastic. They really put a spin on the post-apocalypse thing, which I don't think that's a spoiler because it's like right up there, like in the beginning, but it was a very different approach to the whole concept of the world after society type of thing. Yeah. If it was like a day one release thing, I probably would have spent the time and money. Okay, good. I mean, the game has been out for a very long time. So I'm looking forward to doing Forbidden West, but it took what, like 2.5 years to get ported over to PC. You know, they wanted to make their money. I don't blame them for that. What do I want to do with this? Like, we're gonna have to have a way to deal with the steam, right? Like, we have to cool it to a certain degree. We don't have to cool it very much at all, though. We're building everything out of steel, because, you know, gold amalgam, it doesn't exist. I've said that 4 or 5 times already today, but, you know, it's still true. I just got the problem in your RimWorld game. That is a lot of people in green hoods. Yeah. The thing is, Snoot, I knew how to deal with that, right? the way to deal with that was to let them break in and loop back around through my door system and shoot them from behind, because the breachers will keep breaching. They won't, if you can game their AI, right? I just was like, we have plenty of firepower. There's no reason we can't shoot these guys down. They're coming through a choke point. We've got freaking everything as far as firepower goes. And I was just like, they just kept coming, and I'm like, I don't understand what's going on here. And really, I had just gotten complacent and overconfident. So that raid should have been easy. That was an easy raid, and that was the problem. If it had been some god tier mech raid with a whole bunch of bosses and stuff, I'd have been like, fuck, okay, we got to be careful. No, I didn't lose the run. I didn't lose the run. 2 people died, 2 people got kidnapped. The real kick in the nuts, our best crafter, who was also a vampire and our top tier Psycaster, got kidnapped. So it's a massive setback. I also think part of the issue is that I've been in this playthrough a while. I think so I lost 3 attempts, so we don't really have to count that towards the time, but like I think I'm on almost about 20 streams of the game. I stream for about 6 hours a day, so if you do the math on that, that's 120 hours into this playthrough. And if I lost it at this point, I'd lose my shit. But what we did lose is a lot of time. You know what I mean? And I was worried that a lot of the guns got destroyed, because we definitely had some guns get annihilated. Even a Zeus hammer got destroyed. Like, we still have our melee vampire, but we're going to have to revert back to our mono sword because the Zeus hammer got set on fire. So, whole thing. But I know I can come back. It's just more of a like, ugh. We were headed towards the end, and just because my arrogance came to bite me in the ass, basically. So, it is what it is. There will be more time on the rim. Also, I was talking about this before you got in here. I've got an off-camera playthrough of RimWorld going where I'm actually playing, again, I hesitate to call it peaceful. I wanted to do like a more colony builder centralized thing and focused on story. So I created a custom scenario to have a family of 5 go off into the wilderness type of thing. So it was like I rolled a father and a mother, and then once I had ones, I started like lowering the age in random plus until I had like an adult teenager type character. I think she wound up being 16 or 17, and then 2 younger kids, like 10 and 11 or something like that. Wound up being like father, mother, and 3 daughters. And what I did is, instead of putting it straight up on peaceful, I looked at how peaceful was set up, and then I went into custom and set it to losing is fun, and then turned off all the major threats except for like weather and disease and stuff like that. So the crops don't yield as much as a lower difficulty. The weather is a lot more harsh. You know, you can still get toxic fallout, cold snaps, volcanic winters, all that shit, which I was going through a volcanic winter and a cold snap last night. And it's really fun for the sake of the story. So I might do one of those on stream and just like get into the story, because it's an interesting thing to play RimWorld, because RimWorld's got so much. Like Ani, you can play very casually, right? But at the same time, what is that dupe doing? Let's just run back. Do you see this? That was fucking nuts. RimWorld has that story element, right? Like the dupes in here, you can't tell what they're talking about. You just see the speak bubbles and see the finger guns, and you're like, oh, okay, so they're having a conversation. But in RimWorld, you can actually read what they're talking about, why they got into a social fight. Don't know much of anything about Ani. Ani is very much us versus the environment. Like, if it gets too hot right in here, our crops are going to die. And we've got industry producing heat up here with insulation, but eventually it's going to creep down. Literally in here and here will burn the dupes. Over here is molten. They will die if they go into these areas unless we work in a vacuum inside of our suits. I love Rim for the interactions, really. Love the interaction bubbles mod so I can see what they're blabbing. Yes, that's a good one I should do. Basically, the reason I'm doing that playthrough off camera is because I want to do just a story playthrough of RimWorld on stream, but I wanted to fuck with it on camera first, or off camera first, so I get the settings right. Definitely a good idea, because there are some bits that are in there that are just not good for the story. I didn't realize some of the backstories clashed. So, you know, the backstory in my head is different than the backstory that reads in their descriptions, is like their childhood and their adult life type of thing. So it is what it is. But it's a fun thing. You can still get maddened animals. I don't think I can get manhunters in it. I had left it with a little... The anomaly settings I'm still getting used to in all the custom setting stuff, so... I had shamblers appear last night, and I was like, no. Like, if I activate the monolith, that's one thing, but I'm trying to play it more as like a farming simulator type of thing, as opposed to playing it as a... We're going to lock those. This is going to take a little while to build. Can we priority the wires so I can start buttoning up this whole thing? This is going to go slow because they're grabbing materials and then coming through an airlock, coming over here and doing it. It's just the nature of the game, I suppose. I guess we could have tried to set up like local storage, like put a few boxes and had them bring the stuff over first, but you don't get Eldritch Kaiju in the US, right? Reed fiber. We're killing it on reed fiber. We haven't mutated a glossy Draco yet for plastic, which is fine. Like, I'd really love to get a steam turbine set up, ATST setup going, but I don't think these are actually going to work here, because we got to get this water in here. I keep building and rebuilding stuff, but that's the nature of the game, right? Let's actually destroy those. Let's actually destroy this. And we're going to put one down here outside of that area and one up here outside of that area. And we're going to do that and that. One of my fave things to see is folks not from the north figure out how big a moose actually is. So, what I've heard, because I've dealt with deer. I've been hit by a deer in my car. I know that sounds backwards, but that's actually what happened. You've seen a moose before, Flower? From my understanding of the size, like when you hit a deer, they roll up onto your dashboard. When you hit a moose, you collapse their legs and they fall into your windshield. So, that is a very large animal. That is a very large animal. You hit a moose and they ask if the car is okay. Yeah. Okay, what do we got? Do we still have a shine nymph floating around? We do have a shine nymph floating around, so I'm not going to take the shine nymph. We'll take the nutrient bars, because that will get us more calories for the first space trip. Nutrient bars and muckroot don't spoil, so they make really good food for space. So what we're doing over here is airlocks don't take pressure damage, right? So when you lock them, they can't open, and then you can force liquid in here. Yeah, that's perfect. You can force liquid in here just the same way we're doing with this. We can overpressure this gas vent because it pushes the water out of the way, vents the gas, and then the water slides back in front of it. So same situation in reverse. We put a little bit of gas here. This tile will never fill because there's gas there. And then when we pump water in, it'll all be forced into these 4 tiles. The pump itself doesn't take pressure damage, and neither do the airlocks. If you were to fill this with like 1,000,000 gallons of water and then open one of these airlocks, it would just explode outward. But I'm going back to lurking, but yeah, I think Frost Tools isn't working because it didn't work for me too. Yeah, they probably have something going on. I'll check that out later. Thank you for telling me that though, Killer. I'm glad it's not me. I mean, I'm not glad it's them, but my brother's elementary school would send home a notice every spring basically saying, oops, no playground for a while. Bears. Ah, that's awesome. That's phenomenal. Oof. I am definitely not doing this very efficiently. Definitely not. Might as well speed up to a 2 on this because we're working on this, and it's been almost an hour and a half of building one piece at a time. We only have one suit dock up here. We've got 2 suit docks over here. So they're basically exchanging, going... Efficients aren't very cozy, though. Right. I got you. I agree. Okay. I'm trying to think what else we need in here. Like, we'll definitely put in a few radiant pipes. So that we can run some sort of cooling system. Like, we don't need to cool the water very much. We just need it to not be steam when it comes out. Currently, it's sucking enough heat out of the ambient stuff around it that it automatically just goes in. And right now, it's overpressured, so it can't off-gas at all. It's dormant for another 16 cycles, which is... We really should get most of this work done before that happens. I know I just pressed 2 and immediately went back to a 1, but that's because I'm an insane human. I mean, we've kind of got plenty of time for this thing to sort itself out. We've got 94 tons of dirt, 67 tons of coal. We've got a tank almost full of hydrogen. Like, there's a lot of good stuff in here. Speaking of hydrogen... Okay. Let me think real quick. Actually, we can press play while I think. I'd like to be able to prime this side with hydrogen, right? And on the plus side, we're down here, so that should pump gases out. I think what we're going to do, because I past Nether actually planned for this a little bit, right? We're going to build a tile there, and this piece of hydrogen right here, we're going to move this, like, let's say, over to that corner, right? We're going to break in over here. We're going to release the hydrogen here. Some of it will float up to this spot, and then when we vacuum out this side, we're going to pull the hydrogen out down, or pull the oxygen out down here, because oxygen's heavier than hydrogen. And once we're down to even just a little bit of hydrogen in here, with no oxygen, this side already has oxygen because of, and before we actually fuck that up, let's do that, right? And then we'll do that over there. So they'll build those tiles first, then they'll get in here, then they'll move the hydrogen. Hydrogen has got to be on a high move as soon as they get it sorted. Okay, is there anything else I can be working on? I feel like we're very much working on one specific project. I don't know that we can actually work on multiple projects at once here, right? There's not, like, we only have one digger builder. That's what I'm kind of keeping a lookout for. We've got people who have passions in medicine and art on the side, so we don't have to get a dedicated artist or doctor. We've got a builder digger. We've got a farmer, rancher. We've got a hauler who could also be a builder and a mechatronics engineer. Basically, like, what we're looking out for is people who can build and do operating. Building and operating is never going to go out of style in this colony. We're going to be processing a lot of resources over here. I'm not sure if I'm going to set this up as a full, like, process every resource from the galaxy planet. That's generally how I try to play stuff, because I'm that type of person. But depending on the meteors on our second planet, which we haven't gotten to because our teleporter is down here. So if it was, like, close to main base, we probably would have popped over and started playing there already. But currently, we can't quite get to that. So, not automation wire. Move. Alright, they're on it. So basically, I have to see what our second planet looks like, because since we can go back and forth to there pretty easily and we can send resources, we're going to have to decide which planet's going to have our full-on rocketry program, which planet is going to have processing. I think we're going to... This planet, since we have oil, is most likely going to be reasonably industrial. And since we have oil for a petroleum boiler and we have the volcanoes to power it, that means we're going to have enough CO2 to run a very large slickster population. So my plan, and it might be a terrible plan, is you see how this neutronium sticks up to here? We're going to find the highest point off the ground. It might be this. And then we're going to brick in the bottom with regular tiles until we're up to here. And then at this level, we're going to put mesh tiles. And we're going to have a small tank down, like a small pump area, maybe down here, maybe in the middle, whatever the case may be. Basically a little dip like this. So it all flows to that spot where the pump is. And that pump is going to pump it up to a petroleum boiler with another infinite liquid storage, as well as an infinite liquid storage for the petroleum. So we'll have the crude and the petroleum right next to each other, the crude going in, the petroleum coming out. And that will be going into the petroleum generators and whatever else that we need. So what'll happen is, rather than... These reservoirs are all just going to drop their liquid down to the bottom, and it's going to go through the mesh tiles to that pumping location. But we also have to have the slicksters. So the slicksters, the ranches are basically, this whole bottom section of the map is essentially going to turn out to be slickster ranches. And then the slicksters and the oil reservoirs will just all be dropping their fluids and flowing down the layer of mesh tiles over to where we're pumping stuff. That being said, they're probably going to mutate to molten slicksters, so we'll have to have some sort of... The petroleum side is going to have a double spigot, like 2 of these guys instead of just 1, because we're going to wind up with petroleum mixed in with our crude, and so we'll sort it as it's going into the infinite storages, basically. Okay, so if we empty this... The whole reason I went into plumbing was to be able to do this. If we empty that, some of that hydrogen should definitely just float upwards, and then this pump on the bottom can pump the oxygen out. Even if we just have a few grams of hydrogen in here, as long as there's no oxygen in this side and there's oxygen in this side, we should be able to prime the system properly and just get ourselves going without too much trouble. You know, we're using exploiting mechanics even to create oxygen. But... yeah. I think even if I get Hellblade running tonight, we're probably still going to be playing RimWorld tomorrow. I need to stabilize that colony. We just poked the bear a lot as far as the anomaly stuff goes, so I'm a little concerned. I want the opportunity to fix it. That is the big thing, is like, it's broken. You know, the colony is broken. It's not dead, it's not gone, but it's gonna take a while for me to restabilize it. There's limbs that have to be replaced. There's moods that have to be dealt with. Danger was married to a couple of people. So was, I don't think John was married to anybody, but John was our best builder. Danger was our best crafter. They had been with the colony for a long time. I think John was one of the originals. Luckily, we were able to shock lance a few of the enemies that were trying to pull people away. That means that we only had 2 kidnaps instead of like 4 or 5. Yes, it is what the game's about. Yeah. I don't think it's Losing your best builder. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, we have other people. I'll train people up. I'll recruit more people. It's, you know, I was at the point where I wasn't trying to take on any new colonists for that game, but looks like we're in full swing. I'm just going to go back to my old methods of over-preparing like an obscene asshole and start. I was like 27 colonists is fine. Nope, we're probably going to go up to at least 35, 36 colonists. Much like in Ani where we throw power at the problem, in RimWorld you throw bodies at the problem. Are we not kicking enough ass? Get more colonists. Can you hold a gun? Welcome to the colony. I mean, we've got enough ways to deal with mood. Okay, we're having a little bit of an oxygen problem, it looks like. All right, so this... Okay, I see what happened. I see what happened. I allowed the CO2 to start dripping down through here, but there's no airflow tiles in the bathroom area, so we're having issues with it getting down to the carbon skimmer. All right. So, you know, new priorities. Put in a couple of these guys. There is probably not necessary. It's already flowing through there. What do we do? What do we do? We put in, like, one there, one there. Just like RimWorld, I don't measure any of this nonsense. I play colony builders the way my Italian family cooks. If you bring out the recipe book or the tutorial, are you really actually playing the game? If you look at a recipe to cook, are you really cooking? I'm being ridiculous, but yeah. Yeah. So it's gonna be quite the feat. Not even feat. It's gonna be quite the grind getting everybody back. Does baking? Yes. Read your recipes. Yes. Baking is... I feel like baking is more science. I mean, there is a bit of art to baking. Somebody has to come up with the recipes to begin with, right? And that comes through experimentation. But for the most part, if you're cooking an established recipe, follow the instructions when you're baking. Cooking is a little different. There's a little bit more leeway, I feel like, as far as like what you can and can't do. Yeah, baking is chemistry. All right, guys, we're gonna speed this up just a little bit. I want things built, but I do not want my crops to die. I'm still surprised that this is like 24, 25 degrees down here near the mealwood. And we have plenty of pickled meal at the moment, so that's good. Our cook is cooking. Everybody is running on the wheels when they don't have other stuff to do. This should sort out our carbon dioxide problem, which should all then flow downward to our carbon skimmer here, which is skimming carbon. It's just, you know, it's actually got to get there for it to skim it, right? And I built these out of copper because we have a lot more copper than we have iron. But that means they have to run back to get the copper because there's no local copper out here. So close. So freaking close. Now this water in here... God, I don't even know. I think we're probably... you're coming back on board in a few cycles, right? We've got 14.5 cycles before this comes back on board. We're probably just going to let it steam into here and do its thing. And we'll connect something. Okay. I think I can lock this one, because I can get to the other one the other way. Okay. All right, I'm back in the mode here. We got this. All right, now we're gonna lock that guy. Are you serious right now? Okay. Okay, let me take a look at what we got to do. So we got to bring this up to here, and then we'll just let this gas over into here. I don't think we need to actually encase this. No. Okay. One sec. Where do we want to run the pipes for this, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to put that there. How much copper do we have? 870. And what we're going to do is we're going to put... We're just going to put that there. Okay. And we'll just run our cooling loop in from up here. That'll just be what it has to be. Although, no. No, Nether. No. That's a terrible idea. It's an absolutely wretched idea. Because I want the rocket... If we have rockets, they're going to go up here. So I don't want that to go that way. How do I want this to go is the next question, though. So we'll have to unlock these doors for now. Of course we will. We will bring that down, which we can't get to. That will have to be where it comes in, right? We want it to go in here first and then go in here. So that's going to have to be like that. And then if we get the radiant pipe... Three, 4, 5... And we can do that. A little bit of bullshit cooling. So, after it cools the base in a normal way, like, you know, we're going to use most of our cooling power to deal with keeping crops or whatever in line over here. We'll bring the loop in through here, it'll cool the oxygen, and then that'll be the last place, and it'll come back out here, because we'll suck just enough heat out of this thing that the steam will turn into water. And since we're running it through these doors should get chilled when this thing is inactive, so when it goes, there'll already be some chill saved up in the mass of the doors. Right? Sure. I think that's a thing. I think that's a thing. I mean, I've got big plans for the playthrough. It's just every time I do something, I'm like, oh, right, I have to do this other thing to make that thing work. So, one thing I got good at really quick in the game is walling in my temperature. One of the things I often do is race to insulated tiles and then just wall the heat out. All of this green, this is our starting biome. Same thing with our industry up here. We don't even have like a hard liquid lock vacuum thing situation going. We just made the floor out of insulated tiles, threw in a couple of airflows just so the carbon dioxide could drop down. I mean, we're warm up here. The dupes probably aren't like super happy about it, but it's not like it's going to be even remotely close to a temperature that could hurt them. So anyway, yeah, that is the deal. Oh, the other thing I'm doing on my peaceful RimWorld playthrough, which I may or may not do, you guys let me know if you'd be interested in this for the challenge ones. There's a program called, or a mod called Progress Render. And what it does is it automatically takes snapshots of your colony so that you can string them together and make a time lapse. I was like trying to figure out how to do it because I saw some other people. I'm like, if other people can do it, I can figure out how to do it. And so that mod seems to be the way to do it. I know enough about... I know my way around editing software well enough. Yeah, and I've been testing it on the peaceful one. So I've got all the files. I'll mess with it, see how it goes. But I figure that might be a cool thing to do. I think it would definitely be a cool thing to do for the peaceful colonies. Because the peaceful ones, I'm actually like, you know, I build a house. Like the house I built for the family is adorable. There's like a solid-sized main room where all of the stuff goes on, like the cooking, the cleaning, the cooking, the eating, the sewing, the research. Like it's jam-packed, kind of the way you'd picture like a family house would be, where like, you know, no, not a big house, kind of starter house, and then it's split up to a small bedroom and then a master bedroom type of thing on the bottom. So mom and dad sleep in the big bedroom, and whenever I don't know where to put something that we need to put somewhere inside so it doesn't deteriorate, it winds up on mom and dad's floor because of course it does. The smaller bedroom was for the two young girls, like the youngsters of the family, so they shared a bedroom, and the eldest daughter obviously didn't want to sleep in the same room as her little sisters. So she sleeps in the living room. And then I just built a house across the way. Before I built the house, sorry. I built a house for the uncle that landed, because uncle is an undergrounder who likes to mine stuff. So we built him basically right into the side of the mountain in our little cove. And his main thing is mining and chopping up blocks and stuff. And then I built a house for guests, because we kept getting quests. When you have all the major threats turned off, it gives you all these quests to take in refugees or host a visitor or look after an animal or look after a prisoner type of thing. Basically very passive things. So I was like, well, fuck it. If we're going to keep getting guest offers, we might as well have a guest house. And I thought about it, and that's where I want to put the eldest daughter. She turned 18. The youngins have turned 13 or 14, so they can technically do all the adult work in the colony now too. But I was going to build her house there, and that'll eventually become her house, but right now it's kind of like a visitor barracks. And then I built a barn with like fences, and I fenced in the crops, and you know, there's pathways that lead everywhere made out of flagstone. There's a couple of like, not circular, but like circular-ish buildings that are kind of like food silos, food freezers. I need to get an actual freezer. I need like there are different goals. It's not about just getting an assault rifle research going. It's about building a nice looking colony. So I think the time lapse will definitely work on that. It's just a matter of like whether or not you guys think I should time lapse my difficult playthroughs. Maybe include it with like after the last VOD releases, upload the time lapse of the entire colony. I don't know, because the challenge colonies are a mess. They're an absolute mess. They never get cleaned up. It's just What do we need? Let's bolt it onto this section. Okay, that works. Moving along to the next bit. So, I'm not sure if a time-lapse of a challenge playthrough in RimWorld would be interesting because of that. Sir, you're doing very weird things. Could you not get yourself killed? Also, pickled meal is running just a little low. Do we plant more mealwood? I kind of feel like we should plant some more mealwood. Like, maybe just a little bit. The thing is like, we've got animals that are aging out. We've got these. We've got some bristle blossoms poking around. Oh, it's too hot over here. That's why. Body temperature is too hot for these guys. Okay, we do need a couple of more. Some of our natural food is not going anymore, so we're gonna have to get these get a few extras planted. These guys are still going, but these guys are too hot in here. Very much next thing we got to get is some sort of cooling solution. Like I said, the issue is that we're limited on builders, and everybody's got to go through Atmos suits, and nobody's athletics are high enough yet. So, it's going to take a minute. I have so many big plans for this colony. Like, I can kind of picture how it's gonna look at the end. Will this be enough extra food? No. Water. We don't need the water, but you always need the water, right? You know what? We could even put on another one over here. Yeah, 18,000 calories. It's enough for 3 cycles, I think. So, 1,000 cycles a piece times 6. So, 6, 12, 18. Yeah, I mean, we have muckroot and nutrient bars if we absolutely have to let them eat something else. But I think we should be able to get this going. These just need some fertilizer. Green Thumbs is over here harvesting the meal lice already. So, 1,800 meal lice. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Please finish the air machine, though. If you guys are going to go in that way, I'll just lock this. But anyway, yeah, that's the long and the short of what's been going on with me. Like I said, I'll try and get Hellblade running tonight. We'll most likely... we'll be playing RimWorld tomorrow. If I get Hellblade working tonight, I might do a couple of evening streams. Like, do our regular streams and then just stream Hellblade in the evening, because I want to play it so hard. If I get it working, it's going to be impossible for me to not play it. So, if I'm going to play it in the evenings, I'll probably just wind up doing second streams for a while till we get that done. Because why not, right? Alright, so 15 cycles. Good job on the building, dupes. Alright, now these can get locked. Always lock your infinite storage doors. You never know when a dupe might actually... I mean, this is going to be fully enclosed, so not likely, but if we crack in there to make adjustments and they accidentally open one of the doors when there's like, 10,000 tons of water in those 4 tiles, that'll get bad quick. There's only 1 gas in there. The hydrogen has floated up on the other side. Okay. As far as these systems go, I think we're in a good place. We're going to do that. We're going to cancel so it doesn't accidentally overbuild that. Okay. We're going to have to build these tiles one at a time, but we can build this. And we will probably have to dig just a little bit over there. It's always hard to build a closed system, right? A system that you don't have to break back into. I don't like leaving... Oh, that sounds really neat. Whatever you enjoy. Of course. Thank you, Aya. Aya, you have been wonderful. Thank you for joining the community and being here with everybody. You have been an absolute delight. You're very welcome. I've met a lot of really wonderful people streaming. It's one of the reasons that I talk a lot about the reasons why I stream, and there's definitely a few of them, but good people is definitely on the top of the list. God, I wish I'd put a second suit dock in here. Is it too late to put a second suit dock? It's never too late. We're just going to temporarily delete that. We've got that rad vault research that we need, so we turn this sucker off. Still got 15 rad vaults in it, but we'll delete that. We'll slap in a second suit dock. We should have... some stuff. Suits. How many suits do we have? Okay, so we have 2 here, 1 up here. So we should make a couple of more so we can... It takes 300 copper. Let's make a little bit more copper then. Alright, we've got 5.6 tons of iron. We don't have refined carbon for the steel. That's what we need. Okay. Gradually queuing things up. This makes me miss my colony where I had like 50, 60 dupes. I don't even remember how many dupes it was. It was like... Because my goal was 50 on the first planet, but then we needed colonization teams. It was one of the... It was still spaced out DLC, but it was one of the classic-sized maps, so we had a fuck ton of stuff. We had... I think we had 2 cobalt volcanoes, a gold volcano, 5 oil reservoirs or 6 oil reservoirs, something like that. We had salt geyser... I don't even remember. We had a bunch of it. And then the second planet, we had all sorts of stuff, including enough, what do you call it, uranium to build a full-on nuclear reactor. That was like thousands of cycles worth of power. So that was a good playthrough. Oh, there's some barbecue that came in to augment the whole thing. Okay, we're doing all right. This number up here, 74,000, is not an accurate representation of what we have because we're not eating the muckroot or nutrient bars, and that represents 46,000 of those calories. 38,319 muckroot, 8,000 nutrient bars. So the barbecue and the pickled meal are what we're eating. I don't even have them set to eat meal lice because I don't want them eating raw food. It's just like RimWorld. They'd rather eat cooked food, and I'd rather them be happy and not... You locked yourself in. Fucking idiot. Now it's unlocked. Alright, they're gonna get all that pulled out of there. How much time do we have? I mean, this build is basically done. I'm gonna deconstruct this. We'll leave the ladder segments in here. It's not worth trying to delete all of the ladder segments. Hydrate. Good call, Aya. Let me pour myself a glass of lemonade. Where is... Oh, the kitty is in my spot on the bed. You are adorable, kitty cat. Oh, Jesus. I'm going to spill things. Cheers, everybody. Making a mess. Let me wipe that up. Okay. I am so surprised I haven't fucked up our nature reserve yet. And our Dreco ranches are doing okay. We don't technically have enough food to feed all of them. And these occasionally go out of... they occasionally get stifled because of the cold. Because we've got cold meteors coming down and freezing the top of the map. Not the worst thing in the world, other than the fact that the Drecos are near the top of the map, and the Drecos, the bomb lily needs warmth. So, that's a thing. Like I said, we've got tons of reed fiber. When they mutate to glossies, we can get plastic. The problem with glossies is they don't eat bomb lilies, so then we'll have to start putting mealwood in their areas, so that'll cost us dirt for that. It's not a big deal to cost us dirt. We're going to have plenty of dirt coming in. We're going to have polluted water coming out of our whole oil system, so we're going to wind up with dirt and water. We're going to use some of it for... We're going to use some of that dirt for making... What do you call? Some of the polluted water we're going to let off gas so that we can make clay. That's going to be a whole interesting system I got to come up with, because the polluted water, I don't really want the how do I explain? I got to layer the petroleum generators in a way where the carbon dioxide can use gravity to fall down to the slicksters, but that the polluted oxygen that off gases from them doesn't intermingle with the steam and the carbon dioxide, right? I'm considering leaving the petroleum generators outside of the steam room so that we can do that in a way that, like, is easier, because you can layer gases, right? So, like, if you're in a steam room, the steam's going to be at the top, carbon dioxide is going to be at the bottom. A high enough pressure will prevent off gas of the Yeah, I mean, you would think so, Flower, but I ran a very large industrial brick and kept the steam pressure at 20K, like the highest the Atmos sensor can go. I still wound up with little pieces of polluted oxygen, and they would float up to the top. Nope. Won't just admit. Like, I tried a million different things. If you've got a way to do it where it instantly evaporates, please send me a picture or a link or, like, a video or anything. That was one of the banes of my existence, was I could not get enough heat to instantly evaporate the water. It just wouldn't happen. So I'm trying to think of a new way of doing things where I can actually use the PO2 and then pump the oxygen out. But, you know, make clay and then take the oxygen from the filtered situation. But I don't know if that's realistic. I don't know. There's a lot of systems. But yeah, I have not been able to get it to instantly evaporate. I'm probably doing something wrong. So like I said, if you have a system that works... Okay, send me over a picture or a link, or, like, if you don't have one, then in chat maybe we can hang out in lobby and I'll run, like, a debug mode or something like that, and you can show me what's up. Opening GIMP right now. Okay, sounds good. do we got on this? 12 cycles. That shouldn't be a problem. That should not be a problem. I'd like to delete these ladders. We got to dig this out. Then we sweep all that stuff out, pop in this last segment here, and obviously we got to get this built up to here. And then we'll have to deal with this water. But once this is all set up, dealing with this water is not the worst thing in the world. The question is, do I care that there's a little bit of oxygen in here? I don't think that I do. We could vacuum it out just to be insane, but, like, I don't think we need to. Could always break back in later if that's the case. Like, if I want to, wait till this goes dormant, all of its water, jump in here, put in a pump, pump out the gases. I don't particularly want to... I don't really want to fuck with that at the moment, so... We'll leave there be a few grams of oxygen in here. Shouldn't really affect anything. I love this game. I love all the games I'm playing. I like the challenges, I like the casual, I like it all. I just gotta not let it kick my ass when I fuck up. So, it's not that losing the colonists yesterday was the upsetting part. I've lost colonists. We've lost plenty of colonists, even on that playthrough alone. What fucked me up was I know how to do that. Like, it was just me making a dumb mistake. You know what I mean? It was just me being overconfident, lazy, and sloppy. And that's what hurts, is it's not that I'm upset about the game kicking my ass. What I'm upset about is not having the discipline. You know, I'm upset at myself for the way I handled it, because I did not handle it well. Like, it's not something, like I said, it's not something that was difficult. It was a small group of tribals. We've killed larger groups of tribals like that with the same number of colonists like 1,000,000 times. There's no reason that should have gone south, but, you know, I just decided to face tank the thing. Like, they gotta break, they gotta break, they gotta break. Nope, we're breaking. Okay, cool. Let me take a quick peek at that. Layer of water-flooded mesh tiles. Layer of airflow tiles. So how does the water get through the airflow tiles? And I like the use of your word, technical diagram. Right, but like... where would the generators be sitting at that point? Layer of water-flooded mesh tiles, layer of airflow tiles, stinky oxygen, stinky water, anti-stinky machines in the oxygen. Okay. I'm not picking it up, but I'll figure it out later. it's a scribbly design. All right, hang on. Save image. Let's save that to here. And then that shouldn't be on that screen. There. Why are you not opening? Apparently I can't share. Oh, there it is. So, this is what Flower sent me. So anti-stinky machines, layer of flooded mesh tiles, layer of airflow tiles, stinky oxygen. So I'm confused where the petroleum generators would go to get the water in here. And how the oxygen would get up to the anti-stinky machines. Let me click over here real quick. This is what you do with the water from the generators. But how does the water get here? Are we pumping it? Or are we using gravity to drop it? Yeah, I'm trying to... That's the part I'm trying to avoid, is the pumping. Just have a 2-tile effect downward and grab the PO2 from below the water. Okay. That's cool. I didn't know that, so that's freaking cool. But then... Okay, that might help figure something out. I love petroleum boilers. It's one of my favorite things to build. Alright, we can dig these now. That should give them some igneous right there so they can build. Perfect. Perfect. As soon as you're done with that, build that one. Or use petroleum burn. I usually... Yeah, how do I... Let me put this back up for lighting's sake. So... Let's wait till we get there. Or we're in chat, because, you just need PO2 under the water line. You either build your generators there and just let the PO water off gas, or pump in the P water, or you pump in PO2. Okay. All right. Let me finish doing this, and then I'll try and explain what I'm trying to accomplish. I'm not going to sweep these until... Okay, there. We'll sweep those. This thing's almost freaking done. Okay. Do I have petroleum boilers unlocked so I can just, like... Generators, yes. Okay. Okay, let me try and explain what I want to do. And you guys can tell me... Okay. Let's say this represents a row of 5, right? So we got that there. And then underneath, let's say we have mesh tiles underneath these, right? So it's dropping the water down, and it's off-gassing CO2, right? Now, if we're in a steam chamber, obviously insulated, and we've got the steam turbines up here, and we've got steam in here. The steam, and then basically it layers. So the steam will be up here, and the CO2 from this will fall downward. Because down here, let's say... So P water, slickster ranches, steam going into a steam turbine, right? That's the general idea of the way I build my industrial areas, which is what I'm trying to learn. So my thought process is we need ceramic. So, oh, I thought the sketch was for off-gassing PO2. This has nothing to do with the steam chamber. Right. So my thought process was we have this guy here, right? And the PO2 is down here. So whether they're up at this level or down at this level, the PO2 has to get down here. That's what I was saying earlier, is I don't necessarily have to have it in the steam room. We could make the steam room a separate area, right? Whatever else is in the steam room up here, along with an aqua tuner that cools this so that the heat gets dumped back into the steam room. So at this point, the CO2 drops down to the slickster ranches, the P water drops in here, and then we throw in a couple of deodorizers, whether it's here or like a row across here or whatever. So if you keep it at a steady negative, approximately 6 degrees, you can have regular slicksters. I'd actually, steam room will just cook the P water and you won't. Yeah, Emily, no. No, it won't. I've done that. I tried about 5 different systems of making this stuff vaporize immediately. Like, it worked when I was pulling heat out of a magma channel to boil the water, but as soon as that heat was gone, we couldn't do it. What I had to do is set up refineries that dumped their heat into metal tiles that this was dropping on, and it still caused problems. If you want, I can see if I can load the world. No, it'll take a lifetime to load. It's like a 2,000 plus cycle world, so I have never been able to get it to immediately vaporize. Like, it's just, it was the bane of my existence. I tried putting an aqua tuner embedded in the steel and running it into a liquid teppidizer so that it could constantly be dumping heat into the steel. I tried unless I was able to actually continually run the refineries to keep the tiles hot, I wasn't able to actually vaporize it instantly. And I think it has to do with the fact that the PO2 and the carbon dioxide coming out of the machine itself don't come out at boiling temperature. And it's just every once in a while there would be a little... So at the top next to the steam turbines, I put a steel pump and a gas filter so that it would just dump anything that wasn't steam outside of the room. Again, if you guys can show me a system that vaporizes it instantly and never off gases, I would be eternally grateful, because I tried to figure it out over and over and over and over again and could not nail one down. It just never worked. So I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but I'd have to double check. I'm pretty sure it was in Steam, because the slicksters were eating the CO2 fast enough that it basically stayed at the top of the slickster ranches. But the thing about overpressurizing it is that every once in a while, a piece of the CO2 is going to be on the surface of the P water, and like maybe like a few grams even, right? And then the P water is like, oh, it's not overpressured, and it off gases a little bit of PO2. And so that just kept happening. Like, not all the time. It was literally like, you'd come back after like, 40, 50 cycles, and you'd be like, oh, we have like, 100 grams of polluted oxygen in there. It was not a lot, but when you have the polluted oxygen floating around in the steam room, it'll block a vent on the steam turbines. If you put a metal tile on the tile where the water is expelled and the metal tile is consistently hot enough. Yeah, if it's consistently hot enough, but the P water and the CO2 coming out of the petroleum generators doesn't come out at boiling. So if you're running 5 of them right next to each other, they will cool the metal down enough that it won't, like... Again, show me a system that works. I had the entire place was temp shift plates, flour, diamond, cobalt, and whatever I've named. I tried every material, did not work. Yes, please do check your colony saves and let me know if you guys find anything, because I never got it to work. So okay. Now we have to actually figure out what we're doing today. So this contraption is theoretically built, and it doesn't look like I left any debris in there. This thing will go off in 10.8 cycles. Yeah, I don't know. I wish I knew what was wrong with the one I made. So my whole thought process was just to make kind of like more of a lip, right? Like, so generator, mesh tiles, solid tiles. Polluted water goes in, well, whatever. Obviously with enough room for, well. Room for automation and all that stuff, but whatever. So like something like this, right? And then this would come up and go like that, basically. And then we would put a gas pump up there. So the polluted water would drop, float up through these deodorizers. This thing would pump oxygen out of the place, and the CO2 would just fall down here. Obviously, bigger areas and stuff like this, but this was kind of the general concept I was thinking of. Because I'd like to make... We can't let oxygen fill the steam room. And then basically... Steam up here with steam turbines. This catches all of the oxygen that rises, and the carbon dioxide floats downward. This was my best idea in my head as far as how to make it work. Room for automation, room for multiple generators and everything, but this is the general thought process I was going through. And if there's a simpler way to do it, I would love a simpler way to do it. Why did my music just stop? Did that break? No, it's one of those songs where there's a quiet spot and you're like, why is my music off? And it's not actually off. Let's do this one. Okay. Okay, so that is more or less set up other than priming it. Yeah. Yeah. Very similar to what I was thinking of, Flower. Again, we don't have to necessarily off-gas it. We could just straight up vaporize it and find another way to generate polluted oxygen to, you know, what do you call it? Like, theoretically, I could just make all of my clay from toilet water. Instead of running the toilet water in to get filtered or whatever, I could just run the toilet water into a setup that off-gases, and then we could get our ceramic that way. Or we could make it on the second planet and use it wherever it needs to go. But I figured since I'm trying to find a way to deal with that problem too, we might as well integrate the systems, right? Okay. This no longer needs to exist here as far as what's in it. What is the next step in this process? It's more or less running wires and running gases into there, right? So, yeah, basically, like, if we can find a way to do that, that would be perfect, because we did the math, and a petroleum boiler is water positive enough to make up for the deficiency of this to fuel both of the electrolyzers, plus a little bit of extra water, which is fantastic. Always better to have a little bit of extra. But that all comes back as polluted water, so it has to be filtered and then run back into the system, right? Which, that is something to consider. We might need to break back in here. Just to put a bridge on this, right? I need a way to get water that's not part of that into the water system, right? So I need one of these, like, here. Can I build that from that side? I can build that. Okay, cool. We don't have to break back in. We can build it from the bottom. That's perfect. That way we can get water in. I'm pretty sure our industrial area is going to be somewhere down here. Like, maybe running the steam turbines along the top here, steam room up here, petroleum boiler set up down here. Petroleum here, gassing down to here. I don't know. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Back to this. Okay. They're going to build that, and now we need to actually work on getting that online and or... I need to start making more lists. Okay, sounds good, Emily. Don't worry too much. It's not a big deal. Like, we'll figure it out together when we get there, if that is what we need to do. Okay, so what is the next project, right? That becomes the question. Like, getting that water out of the way would be great. My guess is you need temps significantly higher than 120C and enough steam pressure for insta-flash. Yeah. I mean, I didn't know as much back then, so maybe I just had my my steam room running too cold. Maybe I should set up the steam turbines so they only kick on once the temperature in the room is like 170 or 180. Maybe that's what I did wrong. I'm not 100% sure. Okay, so first thing I think we should do here is this existing water, we should get it in here. And we'll have to build some coal locally to get this started. That'll have to pump out. Okay, okay. Yeah, we're not even remotely done here. The question comes into, how do I want to move that liquid? I think what we do is we put like a little tile here. I'm very sure I did it, but I can't prove it. That bugs me. Yeah, I'm sorry. I hope I'm not driving you guys crazy. 55C, so doesn't matter what we... I'm gonna put a pump here. And I had power running out here, and I took it apart. Of course I did. I don't doubt you guys that it's possible. I just have never actually been able to pull it off. So I would love to know what I'm doing wrong. That would be phenomenal if someone could tell me what I'm doing wrong. Because I've theory crafted and talked about it, and like when we were doing the actual playthrough that I did that in, it was like we spent a lot of time trying to figure out how to do it, and we just kept running into problem after problem after problem. Like it was like, okay, we got it. Nope, we don't got it. Okay, we got it. Nope, we don't got it. And that got pretty frustrating pretty quick. Not gonna lie. Let's get a couple of more of these guys going, because it seems like our food is not super reliable. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna move this back. What I'm going to do is I'm going to dig through here, let this water drop into here, and then pump it up into here. It seems like a long roundabout way to do everything, but hey, that's how I've been doing everything in this playthrough. Once there's water in there, we'll also need to set up a temporary coal generator situation to get this moving. Okay, one thing at a time, Nether. Okay. That one thing at the moment is taking a quick restroom break. Thank you all for your patience. I'm going to put up the links to Bobby's music, so if you like the Be Right Back music, go show him some love from me and the community. We'll probably end up going later than the normal time because I started late today, but I do need to use the restroom, so I'll see everybody in a few moments. Alright everybody, I am back. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you're just coming in, we're cozying it up today because Hellblade's not working. Thank you guys all for your help. I hope I don't sound like a complete asshole. I legitimately just have never been able to get it to work, and you guys are talking about it, and I'm over here like, you know, I was probably running my brick too cold because I just basically let the steam turbines run. So now that I'm thinking about it, it's like, okay, well, if the steam turbines are running the moment they can kick on, they're going to be pulling the temperature down to 95 degrees as they drop the water in. So depending on what you've got running constantly, it might not be hot enough. So I might actually have to set up some sort of thermo system where it has to get hot enough before the steam turbines start pulling stuff. Granted, that was my first large-scale industrial brick, so there's definitely some issues in there, but we'll figure it out. One way or the other, we'll figure it out when we get there. It's a cozy, chill vibe playthrough, so we'll get there when we get there type of thing. So we're going to move this water into the storage. We're going to build temporary generators over here. God, I can't wait till the point where we can get our people directly in the suits. We got to start thinking about how we're going to reconfigure the base, which means we need a cooling solution because I need to break down most of the stuff over here. We're going to shift our main ladder system to the left so that we can get around this thing and still be able to come down here, because we're going to want to be able to access the Slickster ranches reasonably easily. And I want the dupes to jump into their suits the moment they get out of bed. It's a trick I learned from Sudsy, and it makes it a lot easier to deal with stuff like you don't have to have a suit dock everywhere. You don't have to have a suit dock at every Dreco ranch. You don't have to have a suit dock going into the industrial area. They just get into their suits out of their bedroom, and they can go anywhere they freaking want. You just got to make sure that everything is temperature controlled where it needs to be. Building impaired, narcoleptic, pinch of pepper. I think we take the calories. We got plenty of pinch of pepper if we want to go into that, but 8,400 fried mushroom calories sounds pretty delicious for the dupes, especially since I'm over here like maybe we need some more food. So we'll get that going. I had 8 dupes live off 114 tons of dirt for like 300 cycles, just eating nothing but mealwood. I did have a freezer, so there wasn't as much spoilage, but I'm pretty sure we have plenty of time. We'll run out of temperature before we run out of dirt for the mealwood. Obviously, their dupes don't love mealwood, but we'll get a few other things going. I do want to get a look at what all this is like. Plus, we've also got to set up the natural gas generators because these are going to off-gas natural gas. That's another question in my head. I'm like, do I want to set up the setup that contains it in the individual spots? That adds a little bit of bulk to the build, but not necessarily a deal breaker. Or do I want to just build a big chamber down here and let the natural gas stack on top of the CO2? I'd still have to pump it out. That would require a filter. All right, I talked myself into it. We're going to be enclosing these things at one point. We are going to need to run this. The air is more important, Nether. The air is more important at the moment. What's our temperature up here? I'm second guessing myself on everything now. Probably shouldn't have sucked so much gas out of these areas because grams is not going to be enough to transfer temperature when we put like coal generators over here. Yay. More problems. We should break into here. What I'd like to do is get this water dropped, strip out all of this stuff down here, and basically just get to the point where all of this area is prepped. We can start strip mining out this. We can start making a little bit of oil. We just got to get power to this thing. This thing needs power? Right. How much power do you need? 240. And so... yeah. So we could theoretically just run a wire down here and let that do its thing. We've already got the pipe running down there. The problem becomes that we're using this water for a lot of different things and adding fuel to the fire of putting it down there, and we haven't quite gotten a mutation yet. Did fried mushroom get added automatically? Yes. Okay, excellent. Delivered Atmos suit. We made 2 more. That's there. Yeah, I basically want to turn this into a planet that makes obscene amounts of food. That's like the goal for this planet, is like, this is going to feed our galaxy. That's my thought process. It's basically going to be mostly ranchers and operators. I might... now hear me out on this. I might run my industrial brick not as a cold brick, but as a warm brick. Like, just take it out of the steam room, like Flower was saying, which was something I've been considering since the beginning of this playthrough. And then basically run an aqua tuner down to cool that area, but not cool it so low that slicksters die. Livable between 35 and 160, so we could cool the brick to like 50 degrees, and that would still be perfectly fine for slicksters. Molten slicksters, we're at livable 75 to 270. I mean, hell, if we build the petroleum generators out of steel, we could run that place freaking hot. We could run it at 100 degrees and still have molten slicksters, and then the aqua tuner wouldn't have to push too hard to dump into the steam room. So there's that. We might just do that. You know, if they're getting close to full-on overheat temperature, that's a problem. But if we build them out of steel, which at this point most things are going to get built out of steel. If I remember correctly, the radioactive asteroid, which is our second planet, also doesn't have gold amalgam. So we need to process every scrap of iron we have essentially into steel. That's going to be our main jam here. Now open this so that a little bit more gases would fill out into here. We could do the same thing with this tile over here. So there's some gas trapped in here. 14 kilos of gas. Okay, so when we preak into this, it'll start filling all this area with a little bit more gas. So it'll be more realistic to actually run something in here. That is built. So let's... let's do that. I like this colony a lot. It's just going to take a long time to get to endgame. I've talked about it before. Like, I think a lot of people in colony builders really prefer starts. It's really about, like, how did you start? Did you start with these kind of dupes or these kind of pawns? Did you start on this type of map or that type of map? What were the settings? And, like, because overcoming the start is so much of what a colony builder is. Like, if you handicap yourself at the start, it becomes difficult. And then that's the challenge of, like, well, how do you overcome that problem? How do you overcome that problem? But any game, once you get late enough, whether it's Ani, RimWorld, or any other colony builder style game, once you get late enough in the game, you've got all the technology and resources unlocked that none of that stuff is a concern. You know, once we have temperature regulation, sustainable oxygen, and a food supply that we're not scared that's going to go scared that it's going to get stifled, then we're in a situation where it's like, okay, well, we don't have any... the risk is legitimately at that point our own stupidity. Once you get to that point, like with the RimWorld playthrough, right? The reason things went south yesterday wasn't because the colonists were bad or because the start was crazy. We've totally overcome the basic starting parts of that RimWorld colony. The reason I lost people yesterday was 100% because I made a rookie mistake. So that comes to be a thing with all of these colony builders. And so I think a lot of people, it's, you know, it's like NASCAR, right? nobody wants there to be a crash, but everybody wants there to be a crash. Like, nobody wants to see anybody get hurt, but it's those exciting moments where, like, you know, the car touches the other car and it flips through the air 20 times and everybody gasps and then it lands flat on its wheels and keeps racing. It's like, oh! Everyone rolls a 1 sometimes. Exactly. I rolled a 1 yesterday, whatever it was. Honestly, if we'd have been like midway through stream when that happened, I would have pulled it all together. Now I'm like, okay, well, I got to wait till tomorrow to try and pull it together. So everybody seems to be doing stuff. Those airflow tiles we added definitely is helping the CO2 get down and the oxygen get up, so that's good. It builds up a little over here. Oh, yeah, that was dumb. I shouldn't have these. We need... Well, we don't... Need is a strong word. It'll be fine. It will be fine. The other question is... Can we start sweeping this outer area up? The problem is that everything is such a high temp that I don't want it in the main base yet. Like, anything that's this, like, orange-red color, I really don't want to be dropping over here. So we could do, like, maybe a local sweep type thing. Maybe we sweep all of this stuff into a container that's, like, here. And we just drop it on this tile. It's a little close, though. It's, what, 66? Something like that. Give our hauler more stuff to do, right? I think I might do that. So we could, like, dig out most of this stuff under here. Gotta love a good water drop, right? I think this is one of the most satisfying things in Oxygen Not Included, is watching a gravity water drop. No sweeps queued up other places, so... Get our hauler... Well, we don't actually need to haul that stuff. And then same thing down here. And that should all sweep into this guy over here. Okay. I don't know why, but this makes it all feel like everyone... I already read that, yeah. This just makes it feel like worth it. I don't know why. It just makes me happy that this is a thing. Of course, I really don't want this to overflow. Ani liquid tends to like to go up as opposed to left. You're gonna make me. Let's build another tile. I was like, oh, that's plenty, but yeah, we'll build one more. We should be fine. We'll let him build it. He's already doing it. Oh, right. You're sweeping to there. Damn it. Alright. We'll let you sweep that one bit over there. Actually, I'm going to deconstruct this. We don't need that storage bin there. We've got the auto droppers now, and they're disabled so that people don't sweep to them from out here. You are going to do what? You are going to build a wire. You You're going to deconstruct the storage bin before building the last piece of that wire. Excellent. Good job, killer. It's funny to be on a map and be at 140 cycles and not have, like, a full system up. Now, since the last playthrough I did of this was to try and get a sustainable colony by 100 cycles, damn near hit it. Really, like, could have hit it, but... Okay, so if we take a look at this... That'll take a little while to do its thing. I love strip mining maps. It's like my favorite part of, It's like I love to strip mine the maps, and I like to have clean maps type of thing. Now, what I was trying to get out of my brain was if we have to set up a coal system to jumpstart this, and we need to get power down to this guy, it's almost like, why don't we do the whole system together? And it's like, okay, well, power needs to be up here, but power needs to be down here. Do we put the coal in the middle? And then it's like, we don't have enough gases here, so they're going to overheat reasonably quickly. Do we build them out of steel temporarily? You know, all those questions and everything. As it stands right now, we're not even burning through water that quickly. Like, this is feeding our oxygen generator over here, which seems to be going pretty okay. Oh, no, 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 no. You should not be out here. Well, at least you're not doing too much. Alright, they're going to mop. You need to go back inside, Julie. You don't have high enough athletics. It's my fault for allowing you to go through the door in the first place, of course, but... Alright. And there we are. So if we look at this, water in these 4 tiles, oxygen up here, that should just continually pump stuff in. And they are just moving. I don't know. Is this even worthwhile? I should probably just let it all drop. Yeah, this is a dumb idea. That's entirely too much materials to worry about sweeping at the moment. All right, that being said, that's pumping into there. Because here's the issue, right? Yes, we could get this primed and get this going, but it's still going to be hot oxygen coming into our base. We need a way to cool it. So where are we going to dump heat becomes the question. And I've got an idea, but it's not a good idea. See, crude oil doesn't boil off into petroleum till 399 degrees. So if we build an aqua tuna out of steel down here and just start dumping crude into it, that could act as a cooling loop. But then we've got an aqua tuner all the way the fuck down here. I think that's what we kind of gotta do though, right? I might change my mind on this, and I might pump this down into here instead. That's probably a better use of our materials. Because this doesn't have to be on just yet until we get that cooling solution done. Yeah, that's the thing. We've got 8.5 cycles. We could have put some temp shift plates in here. We'll see what happens when the steam goes. Steel, steel. These doors don't matter. Okay. Yes, that is probably a much better idea. We'll allow that to go into there. But this I want to bring down through here. So it'll be a little awkward because we don't want that water to go anywhere. And then we'll need power down there as well. Which I think I had run already. But of course, let's just... It's not a nether cloud build unless we do everything 3 times, right? Excellent. And then theoretically we can queue this up over here. We don't have to run these until these are... Like, those can stay disconnected. We really basically just got to prime the hydrogen side, so... Okay. I got this. Doing multiple things. How about that? We need that there. Coal generators output 6. Can we get away with copper ore here? 1200 should be plenty to get that started. Right now it'd be nice to have a second builder really like... Actually, we kind of have a second builder, don't we? Because Barb over here can build. And they're a mechatronics engineer. I'd love to get them over into exosuit training, but I don't... the morale is a little risky. You can get improved carry too. You're pretty well sorted where you are. You know what? You could build as well. So Vermin and Barb could actually help us with building. Neither one of them need to be doing their task exclusively at the moment. So let's allow Barb in and out. And let's go over to priorities. So you're theoretically hauling first. What if we uptick you to build as your main priority? We're not running latrines anymore, so that should be fine. And then same thing with Barb. We could... You are upticked to build, and your secondary is operating. So if we don't allow Barb in here... Right, basic output. So... Julie and Algae Chewer can go into the dupe gym and run when they don't have other things to do. They both... Well, Algae Chewer's actually got their athletics pretty freaking high. Any chance you can help with building? Construction 1. Ish. 20 athletics, just freaking topped the fuck out, so... Is everybody... Do we just put everybody building right now? That way they can do it in shifts. It's not necessarily a bad idea, right? So if we go to priorities, you don't have research. We're holding off on the research a little bit. You might be a slow builder, but we could get you building. This could, yeah, this will speed everything along. Should have thought of this forever ago. Also, how much copper do we have? 220. I think we can slap a third dock down over here. Why not? Do a bit more copper. I'm not going to queue up any more digging after this, because we need people building. Beard stroking moment. Got an emote for that. Guys, thank you for hanging out this week. It's been an interesting start to the week. I've been really busting ass trying to get content out. I'm streaming 6 days a week, which I have been for quite a while now, which is awesome. But also I've been trying to get more content up on YouTube. I've been recording my Magic the Gathering arena games and trying to cut clips and games to put up there. I upload all of the VODs from the Ani playthroughs and the RimWorld playthroughs. If you guys clip anything fun, interesting, or informative, I'll put that up as a short. I also do... I'm trying to get the tree time-lapse done. I've been working on that thing. We were working on the tree before I went into surgery, so it took a long time to get back in the groove of playing Minecraft. And I did the time-lapse, and I didn't like it. It just turned out wrong for me, so I'm going to redo it. And it's just that thing, you know, when you do something and then you have to do it a second time, it's hard to find that motivation again. But I swear I'll get that done, get that uploaded. What my goal is to have most of my goal is to have my YouTube channel scheduled out as far in advance as possible without the content being dated. So I'm working on like 3 months out. The other reason I'm doing that is because it's kind of an inevitability that I'm going to have to go in for another surgery. Not a major one, but I do believe there's a small hernia that they're going to have to repair. Julie, how you doing? Let's see if FrostyBot is working yet. Shout out Julie Pixels. Julie, Aya redeemed a point redemption and gave it to whoever wanted it, and Emily said to name Camille after you. You always wind up being a Camille. How you doing? Guys, go check out Julie. Frosty put up a nice little paragraph there. The web-slinging cat mom and Oxygen Not Included Pro as they flip through cycles for a pawsome cause. From cycle 55 to 280, they're building a moonlit cluster while raising funds for fellow furballs. Expect chill vibes, sci-fi chats, and maybe a cat cam cameo or two. Tune in for web design wonders and a whole lot of love. Of course, Julie. We love you here. How are you doing? Julie, I gotta send you pictures of my peaceful RimWorld playthrough, because I was playing it and Barb was watching me, and she was like, yeah, this totally looks like Stardew from up top, basically, because I've got little rows of plants, and like I've got a whole bunch of animals in a pen, and wind turbines for power, and yeah, it's pretty adorable. I'll send it to you. I'll send you pictures later. It's been kind of my like low-key fun thing to do after stream. Like, I'll get off stream and I'll hit download, upload, all that stuff that I need to do to get the VODs processing. Then I'll usually go and play a little bit of Magic. Hot out today. I can't live without air conditioning. I would die. But anyway, yeah, it's been pretty cute. I don't know if I told you the premise, but I basically rolled a family. Mom and Pop were in their 40s. They had a daughter who was 17, I think, when the colony started, and then two younger ones. And I made like a little 2-bedroom house, Mom and Dad in the master, the 2 little girls in the small bedroom, and then the eldest daughter sleeps in the living room. The 2 little girls have actually grown up enough that they wear adult clothing and stuff, but I think they're like 13 or 14 years old in the colony now, so they can like have a grown-up schedule. They don't have to be on a learning schedule, but their full-size bodies, giving them like full hit points and everything, won't come in until 18. It's neat. We do a lot of ranching, a lot of farming. Our main thing that we sell to traders is textiles, you know, like fur, and like I had a quest where we had people coming to be refugees, where like they were like, oh, we got kicked out of our colony because of, you know, differences of opinion. Can we stay there for 15 days? We'll work for you if you just give us a place to catch up. And so like I had them come in, and none of my colonists are like super good with animals. So I had the colonists that came in tame a bunch of animals for me. So now my people can get up their animal skills by milking and shearing the animals and stuff. Because all of that's in the game. Just got my window AC and it's reinstalled. Yeah, we have a central AC, and then I have a window AC, because even the central AC doesn't usually do everything I need it to do. Yeah, your building is not great, but you can run fast, so you're allowed to do things. So basically, Julie and Green Thumbs are just running the colony. And what priority? You were on 7, so we'll do a 7 on you as well. Up here, we're going to deliver suit. We're going to deliver suit. Oh, no, cancel. We've got somebody in a suit. That's why it's out there. Okay, good. Okay. Yeah, I would love to bring on another dupe, but until we have solutions to some of these problems, it's better that we stay at the 6. As the pod goes off. What do you got for us? Building impaired? No. Oh, yeah, Turner's pretty good. Increased food morale bonus is great. Germ resistant is awesome. I mean, it's not as big a deal unless you're on hard difficulty. We already have someone who's a good artist. They have machinery, science, and suit wearing. God, I just said I don't want to take on another dupe, but Turner's pretty good. All right, let's think about what Turner would do. So Turner would operate. They wouldn't have to go into construction, but they could with enough morale. They'd get an additional morale boost from the shriveled taste buds. The research means they'll learn faster. The suit wearing means that they can run better in suits. Dupe can gain 1 morale when learning suit wearing skills. Shit. I think we have to take Turner. think we got to take Turner. I mean, he's a good dupe. He's kind of he's what we're looking for. We could hold out for like an even further level god tier dupe, but like at a certain point, you gotta, you know, the perfect is the enemy of the good, is the old saying, right? This guy's gonna operate, learn fast. He's got the suit wearing, so he can offset the negatives from the suit, and they get a bonus, so we can level them into that. So they get into suit wearing. It'd be a little better if instead of researching they had supplying. That way, like. But I think that's... All right, Turner. You might be a mistake, but you're coming on board, bud. I can't believe I'm doing this. Okay. All right, Turner's on board. We've got a bed for him. We've got a table for him. We need to increase our food output, though, for sure, at that point. So, temperature-wise... I think putting some food over here might be doable. How many of these do we have? 17. So 26 here. 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. 7 times 5 is 35. I mean, it should be enough. But I think we'll put in 5 more there. We'll make it there. We can always uproot them if we start getting too calorie positive. I feel like with what we've got going on, this should be enough without the extra stuff, but damn, look at freaking look at Al fucking cook along. Quickest runner in the colony. That being said, Turner shouldn't be allowed outside. And now we have a new dupe to name, guys. Turner cannot go outside. Turner can go in here, though. Turner, Julie, you don't need to go in here either. She's already got 20 athletics. That is the cap on athletics, so no reason for them to come in here and run. Turner should not be allowed outside, right? So let's get Turner a schedule. So again, if anybody wants to name a dupe, we got a new dupe in the colony. So that goes there. You can... Do I have that right? Yeah, sure. Wait, I feel like I screwed up somewhere. No, that's right, that's right. Okay, so that'll be Turner's schedule. What are we putting you into? So Turner is going to be our first dupe that starts out just running in the gym. So they're going to go into research because the smarter they are, the faster they learn, even when it comes to running on a hamster wheel. Their priorities are basically going to be operating. And these are going to get set up to a 9. So the basic principle of a duplicate gym is that you only let people have door priorities to get in here who need to train their athletics. You put these at super high priority and uptick their operating to that, to double ticked up. So Turner is always going to look for an operating task before they look for anything. And they're going to see that this is the highest level operating task and go in here and run. But nobody else is allowed in here besides Turner and Julie, because Julie needs a little bit of exercise as well, right? Yeah, athletics is only at a 4. You keep missing the natural... I don't know how they miss the nature preserve. They walk through the nature preserve every day. That's fine. That's fine. So I think I've explained this, but in case I haven't, in case anybody else doesn't know why I'm doing it like this, suits remove... they have a debuff to your athletics. So if I can find... Athletics 11. Takes off the suit. Okay, we caught him after the suit. Skill level, exosuit training, suit sustainability. Where is someone who's outside? So, Atmos suit is a -6 to athletics. They've got a 16 skill level, +6 from exosuit training, +2 from sustainability, +2 from the other exosuit training. So they've got a +16 and a -6, or 16 is their skill level. So they've got a... So the exosuit training offsets the -6. So yeah, they stay at capped out. They're at 20 even with the suit on. You really need high athletics because the suits slow them down, and the problem with that is then they don't get back in time to use the bathroom or eat dinner, and then they starve or whatever, and then you've got to give them all this long time. So once you get to a certain point in a colony, you take on a new recruit, and they just run and run and run and run. And when their athletics is up to like probably around 15 or so, that's when you set them loose. You need enough skills to get them into exosuit training and their main job, and have decent enough athletics that when they're in that suit, they're not running slow. Like, if you look at Al over here, she just cooks when she runs. She's just, like, zippy, zippy. Okay. Now, did we run and is power... And we're not overstressing our line yet, so... Now, this does mean that we're going to end up with natural gas off-gassing in here, but I'm getting to the point where I'm like, fuck it. I always start out playthroughs like, all right, let's try and keep our gases separate. Let's not try to flood the whole base with all sorts of crazy, you know, like blah, 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 blah. And then by the end of it, I'm like, I don't give a shit. Slime lung, natural gas, mixed gases. As long as it's not in the air, in the spot the dupes are breathing, I don't give a shit. So every playthrough winds up getting there eventually. I should really just embrace the chaos, realistically. Alright, so once that goes in there, this thing should start producing oil. Right? Green Thumbs earned a skill point. We'll check on that. Alright, so yeah, that thing is just going to start pumping out oil. We'll basically dump this water into this oil reservoir, and that's coming out at 67 degrees. Which is considerably lower than the 400 it would take to boil it into sour gas. So we'll make a steel aqua tuner, stick it down here. We'll do that as soon as we've finished priming this system up here. Then it's going to be a matter of running a long pipe system to get cooling where it needs to go. What we're going to want to do is we're going to want to come into the base, wrap through the base, come out, go into the oxygen, and then go into the chamber with the steam. God, that's going to be a whole friggin' thing. And then we're going to have to move stuff around. This game is very much a matter of, like, everything is temporary. Like, everything is temporary. Including, like, to the point where, like, we're going to need to shift all of our Draco ranches. Probably over to this side. And then we'll wind up shifting them again later on. And then with this oil, I guess we could theoretically make plastic. I mean, we're going to have to do that, right? We can't screw around forever. So yeah, we'll make plastic one way or another. Let me stroke the beard and think about plastic. So we would need to pump the crude into an oil reservoir, into a refinery. They'd refine it, and then that petroleum would pump into the polymer presses. See, this is like, this used to be the way. Like, you just rush to the oil biome, and, okay, let me make sure these are hooked up properly. You need to be hooked up to down here. None of the other stuff needs to be hooked up, and then we can... Yeah, it's okay that these are stopped. They don't need to pump. This one needs to pump the oxygen out of here until all we have is hydrogen. Okay, okay, those should not be on though. Let's turn all of that off. We really just want this thing pumping. These will stop pumping at one point or another. Basically, the pipe needs to fill up, I think. Once that little bit of oxygen is out of there, this will be primed. Okay, primed. That's all we really needed to do. As far as the gases are concerned. So let's let the last little bits of oxygen come out of there. Excellent. We will snip this pipe here. And we're not going to reconnect that just yet. All right. Gases. Let's just make sure. Okay. Now, if we go in here... Let's see if this does the proper thing. We hook that back up. Yep, that's working. Okay. That works. That's insane. So what do we need these to do? Okay. Do I let this run? I think I let this run, right? I mean, just think about why I wouldn't if I didn't. Like, it's okay if we chew up all this water. We just don't want this pumping into the main base. So we're basically going to run the electrolyzers until we've got enough hydrogen to start using the hydrogen, and then we can deconstruct this system. Okay, then I think we do. I think we let this run. So, basically, gases and liquids can't occupy the same space. So since there's a small amount of liquid here, it's the same concept as like with the gas over there as I was explaining. So the gases that spawn here have to go a specific way. They see the oxygen right here, and they see the hydrogen here. So the hydrogen shoves here, and the oxygen gets shoved here. It basically forces both of these chambers to fully overpressure. Now, that battery is nicely charged. So let me do something here. We want you to be green if you are above, let's say, 200 grams. We just don't want this to get sucked down to a vacuum accidentally, because that becomes a pain in the ass to repair. And that connects over to... Nope, nope, nope. Wrong pump. Shit. I wanted one for this, and I didn't build it because I'm an asshole. Wonderful. The question then comes, do we break in? No. No, 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 no. It's fine. It's actually fine because we're going to change this. If this is below 20 kilos, these should be on. Right? Same thing over here. If this is below 20 kilos. That'll allow us to feather it a little bit. This one, if it's below, if it's a, this is the one for the oxygen side. So if this is above, that's the one we're going to set to 200 grams. Because this shuts off when it can't push anymore in there. This stores. So now, this system will just continually run until there's 20 kilos of tile here and here. Then it'll shut off the electrolyzers. They should be running most of the time. We probably want to keep this like full uptime status, but am I confident enough to let that run? Kind of. We'll leave the CO2 on until we get maybe a kilo of tile in here. Then we can snip the coal generators. How are we doing down here? We're doing all right. All right is the key there. Okay, so this, let's set this to... I'm a big fan of 90-60. I don't know why. Excellent. So this works. So if you guys need a 2 electrolyzer setup, here it is. The one thing I would do different is add another Atmos sensor here and link it to this pump. It's just a matter of being able to control things, right? You can always set these so they don't matter at all. But it's nice to be able to control a machine. It's one of the reasons I find I'm able to make contraptions that I can fully enclose. It's because if you give yourself every option to be able to control it as the user and not have to send dupes in there, it's a nice little thing. Okay, so this water is pumping in to make oil. This water is pumping in here to make air. And honestly, at this point, we're juicing. So when this hits 60% on the battery, it should turn on the hydrogen generators. And they power it back up. And then get turned off when the battery is mostly full. And there we go. I'm going to leave these here, but disable them. Just in case we need to hook them back up, but that should be our groove right there. Then when this comes online, it'll be pushing steam into here. We should have enough temperature stored between the doors and the little bit of gas that's in here that should just keep turning into water for a little while until we get this cooling loop set up going. Which, okay. 105,000 germs. Excellent. See how slow Turner's moving? Turner, we'll get you up to speed, literally. Killer Jam, raiding with a party of 1. Frosty Tools is going to shout out Killer Jam, raiding in from Minecraft. Killer Jam is the chill master of variety gaming. From RimWorld to Minecraft, their streams are a cozy blend of city building and survival, with a side of mature language. Recently, they've been crafting in Minecraft, teaming up in Foundry Co-op, and exploring the galaxy in Mass Effect. Whether it's building a new project or diving into the unknown, every stream is a relaxing adventure. Okay, I gotta get better at reading that. Sometimes my emotes work with Frosty, sometimes they don't. They seem to be working at the moment, but also not. Okay, so... That's exciting. This is working. That's exciting. Those are disabled, so they're there in case we need to re-jumpstart the system. This is pushing oil down here. I need kind of enough space for an aqua tuner and a pump down here. Actually, I think the aqua tuner is more important at the moment. Right? This is going to be such a fucking mess. Utilities, aqua tuner, out of steel. We're going to dump you... Oh, there is that problem of being next to the neutronium, isn't there? Maybe I will fill this in a little bit and put it up higher. Yep. Igneous. Let's make these out of igneous. Okay. So we're going to set up an aqua tuner down in the oil, because this thing is outputting oil way below the point where it would boil. And if we make the aqua tuner out of steel, the aqua tuner won't start overheating until 275, I think. 225, 270. Either way, the 200 is way above whatever temperature the oil is going to be, and we're just going to add more mass to the oil. This will give us our starting fluid, and then once we are running the cooling loop, which we're going to have to run a fuck ton of goddamn... piping to get that into our base, but we'll do our best and we'll untangle the knot later. Once that's sorted, it's been so long since I have played Minecraft and didn't know what I was doing. Yeah, I feel like that sometimes because I go between so many different games. Okay, so I think if I put that on top of there... Focus has to be the aqua tuner, so yeah, that'll work. That goes there, out of steel. Then we need a liquid pipe thermosensor, which is in plumbing. Do we have that yet? Yeah, liquid pipe thermosensor. Doesn't matter what we build it out of. We're going to put it right next to the input. We go over to the automation wire, also build this out of lead. That goes there. Plumbing. Probably want to build most of this out of insulated, but insulated takes so goddamn long to build. But we've got a lot of heat out here. So going to come in through here, out through there, over there. Bridge onto the output. Output goes through. Okay. Ani's treating me great. You know, I was a bit upset about the whole Hellblade not working thing, but it is what it is, you know. But Ani's going well. We got our oxygen machine online over here. Everything seems to be working with it. The oxygen and everything in here is going to be kind of toasty for a while. So we're working on getting a cooling system in place, which is a whole thing in and of itself. We're using this water that was the pocket of water that was built up over here to pump into this oil reservoir, get out oil, which comes out like whatever it is, 70, 80 degrees, drops down here. Aquatuner is going to dump heat into the oil and run cooling back to our base. Eventually we'll get plastic, which once we get this cooling loop built, we can start working on putting a pump in down here, and that pump can then pump to make us some plastic, unless by then we happen to have glossy Drecos, but you can never count on RNG. Yeah, Zed's got some good ideas that I'm going to try after stream as far as how to make it work, so we'll give it a shot. We're going to get it working one way or the other. let's do that so that we can then dig this out. Okay, we need radiant pipe. Oh, radiant pipe is refined metal. So, I hope you get it to work tonight so we can see you play it. Yeah, I was talking about that. If I get it to work tonight, I'll probably still stream RimWorld at the normal time tomorrow, and then do a stream, like take a quick dinner break, and then do a stream in the evening for like 4 or 5 hours of Hellblade, because I need to get in and fix all the fuck-ups on that RimWorld playthrough, and RimWorld has become, I don't want to say it's become the #1 game on the channel, but I want to make sure that both Ani and RimWorld are getting proper attention at all times. Current errand. Okay. Now the fucked up part here, this thing, I don't want to say it's overflowing, but it is definitely at the cusp of overflowing. So if we want to do any more batches of metal, which I'd like to do, we need more space for the water up here. Yeah, we're gonna need steel if we want to make... Yeah, we're gonna need steel. So how are we gonna do that? How are we gonna make... I guess we'll dig some more space out over here. That's a little... I don't want to say frustrating. That's not really what I want to do over here. Alright, what we'll do is we'll do a little shave. See, this is a perfect insulator, so that'll make room for a few more tiles, though. We can shave one side off. That will work. What do we got going down here? Good. We've got everybody helping with the building now. Get that built. And then what are we going to do about insulated, or about radiant tile, about radiant pipe? Sorry. Let's go in here. 50 per. And we really... Barb is idle because you have nothing to do. Okay. Really should hook up wheels to the freaking main grid. We don't have to hit every tile, right? Alright, let's let this play. So we've got 800 copper, which is 16 bits of radiant pipe, right? So... Also, we got to get through this whole knot of nonsense over here. Because we need radiant pipe here. Alright, let's think about how this is going to path, right? Come up from here, over through here, up through there, and then back to here, and then back down. Yeah, that seems like the reasonable way to do this. We also have to get liquid into the cooling loop. Okay. So we're going to queue up some regular piping first, and that's going to come through here. That's going to jump over this guy. When you're crossing two bridges, it always looks weird, and that's going to come over here. Now, once it gets out there, we kind of need to get into making insulated pipe. Right? That's going to go in there like that. Okay. The cool thing is we can reuse this pipe. Not really, though. It has to be insulated, right? No, that pipe is how we're getting water in. Okay. So insulated. This is where our loop is going to jump over itself, which is not my preferred way of doing things, but it'll work. Right, we're digging this out so that we can actually run the pipes through. There we go. All the different ways of going, right? Sorry, guys. Just trying to get the right direction. The issue is this water is kind of in the way of what we want to do, so we're doing roundabout ways of moving the liquid. Like, we're going to have to jump back over this pipe like this. No. No, 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 no. And that's where it comes back in. Now, what I'd like to do is put a reservoir in front of it, but we'd have to build the reservoir out of steel because everything needs to be made out of steel in this kind of temperature. So how much does a liquid reservoir cost? 400. That's a lot. I think we might just do this stupid. Doing all right. Doing okay. Doing okay. We got the SPOM built. We're working on a cooling loop that's going to dump temperature into the oil down here, which is coming from this, which we're using this water, which was up here, to make things happen. I think that'll work. That pipe... That pipe can be repurposed, but not repurposed. It has to be rebuilt, but the pathing it has is good. How you doing? Welcome back. Sorry, I got... So that's from the output. That'll jump there. Go there, and then the water should be cool, so at that point we don't need to run insulated. Oops. I'm alright, just lurking and checking up on you. Awesome. Well, I'm happy to have you lurking, checking up, being here in general. I hope your day's going good. I'm starting to get better about having issues with Ani or RimWorld yesterday. How much is that? That's just too much. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go every other one, and that should be enough to sort us out. Okay. I have an idea to try to help you with Hellblade after stream. Okay, cool. Yeah, I want to get that going. 100% want to get that going. Okay, so that goes there. Actually... Cool. Okay. So we're gonna need to refine more of that, so we gotta have them dig that bit out. Just need a couple of more pieces of copper. I mean, it's fine that it's going to take a little while because we need this thing to produce more oil. The oil down here is at 70 C. I believe it comes out between 70 and 80 C, so that's, again, that's well below the overheat temperature of the aqua tuner or the boiling temperature of the water. This thing overheats at 325? I didn't even realize. That's insane. That's fantastic. Okay. For some reason, I thought it was 275, but 325 is amazing. Now, we'll have to change and adjust this loop. Like, this is an absurd loop. This is just absurd. We're just working around the space we have. So, swings and roundabouts, as Francis would say. We're insulating pipe out here because the ambient temperature is really hot, and regular pipe does have some heat transfer. We could actually run this pipe up through our area up here, but I don't really care if this area runs a little toasty. And this thing is creating most of the heat in this section, which that will be decommissioned once we've got this thing running proper. So, yay! Is that Killer over here? No, that's Barb. Barb is out there doing things. Alright, so I know this is... We're putting so much oxygen into suits that the breathability in the base itself is a little dodgy. I'm tempted to turn on... Very tempted. I mean, once this fills up, it shouldn't be a problem, but I'm tempted to turn on the algae deals. You know what? Yeah, let's, just to help a little bit right now, let's kick that on. I'd love to keep the algae for later, but we'll have other solutions for space oxygen if we absolutely have to. Now, where is Killer? There's Killer. Okay. We'll let him do the digging. In fact, we can cancel all of that. We've got the pipe run the way we want, and that's the important bit. I don't want to change priorities on that, because I'd rather him work out here until he comes in, but let's keep an eye on Killer. Once Killer comes in, we're going to change the priorities to dig these out. That way we can put more copper on the chopping block, and that'll get us what we need. And the knot starts. I feel like it's just kind of like a rite of passage of all Ani bases that, like, they have to start out with a completely convoluted, fucked up piping system that is impossible to follow, and then one day, if you're lucky, you get to untangle that knot. Okay, I'd prefer not to take on another dupe because that's really going to stretch the upper limits of what we can produce oxygen-wise. Tempted to not even look. Okay. Pay is pretty good, but we're just going to take the dirt. There will be other dupes. There will be other dupes. We've got a good team going. Everybody's leveling up. I've still got a couple sips of coffee left because I've been ignoring it. You guys are awesome. I freaking love all you guys. This is the fact that I get to do this is pretty cool. I think I lost the thread of a thought process earlier. I was talking about how most people like starts in these games because it provides that obstacle to overcome, and then later on you've got everything sorted. I generally prefer late game. I'm the type of person that likes to do big projects and build crazy stuff. If you look at my Minecraft world, which I guess I'll put up the link to my 2-year-long Nether Hub project. That you heard me right. 2 years if you're new. That is a time lapse of 2 years of my life condensed down to a little over 4 minutes. It's the same music we use from the Be Right Back and Starting Soon screen. If you don't like the music, you just mute it and put your own music on. But I tend to be the type of person that builds sustainable systems that produce a lot of resources and use those resources for very large end game projects. That's what I like to do. We are overstressing our wire here. Very much overstressing our wire. We should really swap out the regular wire in the base for conductive wire. It's just one of those things where like, oh shit, we need to get power to the aqua tuner. That was the other thing. I mean, it's built where it is and we're running the pipes, so that's an essential thing, but how are we going to power the aqua tuner? Are we just going to put coal generators in there? That seems to be what we have to do. Yeah, we're going to have to put a temporary processing area in there to make a little bit of plastic. We're going to have to supply the aqua tuners with power. All right, before I fuck up too badly here, let's change these just a little bit. Right, that goes, yes. Okay, that is the proper direction. Because we're gonna need to fit things into this space, and a lot of those things are going to require us to use fluids. The next question will be how to get fluid into the pipe, but it shouldn't be too difficult. What we could do, actually... Oh no, not there. I don't want these animals to get loose. Forget I said that. Let's put you... This should be right before the aqua tuner, but it's going to be easier for me to slap this in somewhere like right here. When things go into the liquid reservoir, they immediately smear the temperature out. So if you put in liquids of different temperatures, like you know, like if a couple of blobs are different temperatures, when they go in there, it'll even out the temperature, which is why it's good to put in front of the aqua tuner. But this area is too hot. We would have to build that out of steel as well. The main reason I'm putting this here isn't for that temperature regulation. It's more or less for the fact that we need to fill the loop. And if we overfill the loop, that causes problems. So this will give us a little bit of a buffer. Because we could just pump some liquid in from our main tank because our cooling line runs right past it. Did Killer come inside? That's Barb. And that's... Oh, that's Killer. No, Killer hasn't come back inside just yet. Okay. I know this is kind of early to talk about food, but having sausage, cheese, and guacamole for a snack till to make dinner... Oh, that's awesome. That sounds like a wonderful snack. It sounds like a dinner in and of itself, actually. How are our calories? 35,000 pickled meal, almost 3K barbecue. Okay, we might be overproducing, but we knew that going in, so. All right, let's speed this up a little bit because this is literally the construction project we need to do. And then I got to get power down there. We need, what is it, 1,200 for the aqua tuner? If I remember correctly. Yeah, 1,200 for the aqua tuner. Okay, and we're just venting the natural gas into here. We'll clean up the gases later. That natural gas is going to help. That's going to be what fuels our gas range. We're going to make hamburgers tonight. Fuck yeah. Who doesn't love a good hamburger? Hamburgers are freaking awesome. Yeah, very much overstraining our main grid. But that's what we do, right? We push things to the limit until we have to change them, and then we deal with them. Really do wish we had gold amalgam. So if we put coal power over here, that's going to be a problem. Because of the temperature, right? Could run the loop past the coal. Makes things difficult when you have to build everything out of steel. I would kill for a few tons of gold amalgam right now. And then we got to actually run the gas pipes from over here, which is going to be difficult to do without breaking this Dreco ranch. So that means we're probably going to end up kind of making temporary... We're basically going to have to rip this Dreco ranch apart and then put it back together. Not the worst thing in the world, but something that'll have to get done. Okay, they're digging that stuff out. So let's get ourselves like another, I don't know, 10 batches of copper. So we have some radiant pipe. Yeah, I think we might... I've got ideas. They're not amazing ideas, but they'll work, I think. I like this design a lot now. See, that's the thing, is like, it might take me a while to find something I actually like, but when I build it, I'm like, alright, fuck yeah. We'll leave that segment in there, just in case we need to hook back into it, and also in case it drops inside there and drives me absolutely nuts. So here's what I'm thinking, right? The loop's coming in here. It's already going to be pretty toasty from the other systems that we're running it through. We just need to keep it under what? Under 75 degrees if we want to build out of copper or iron ore. Puppers wants me snack, but can't give unless Laz tells me to. Ah, yes. Don't overfeed the puppers on the people's food. We've got 141 kilos per tile of oxygen up here, so we've got a lot of oxygen. 8.1 kilos per tile on the hydrogen side, which is a larger area, plus it's also fueling the thing, so yay. 23 degrees, 23, Jesus, it's like I'm all worried about getting a proper cooling loop going, and I'm over here like, well, actually, how bad do we need a cooling loop? Becomes the question. 320 kilos. I'm going to slow this down while I build. Okay, there's nuances to building pipes. Like if you take a pipe and drag it over an existing pipe, it'll overwrite it. But if you take the pipe and drag it over a blueprint, it won't overwrite it. So there's an order of operations to like putting these things together. What I think we're also going to do is we're going to start pumping stuff into this system. Oh, right. I was like, why is that pumping? Because it's putting coolant into the... Come here, buddy. Come here. Come here. Come here. That's a good bubba. That's a good bubba. After stream, I'm going to go get you more food, okay? Papa just had to run and get you a single can this morning, but we'll have a bonus can because Papa's got to go get you dry food, too. I love you. I love you. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry I'm bad at keeping track of things, buddy. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. He's a good boy. He's such a good boy. All right. So basically, what we're doing... we're basically using every piece of water we already had on the map to get us to the point where we're actually sustainable. It's like, okay, is he every animal? He is every animal every day. He's a hamster, a lobster, a rhino, a cassowary. Yeah, I think what we're going to do is we're going to put a little, one of those temporary setups in here, right, of nonsense, to make polymer. We'll need a little bit of everything, and we're going to want to do it out. This is where I wish I had the forbid command from RimWorld in Ani. I don't want to pause it to draw everything, but if they start building it, it becomes an issue. Does anyone here like, love, or had tackies? I've had tackies. They're good. I don't love or hate either. Love or hate them, but they are good. Okay. We're gonna prioritize going up there. We're gonna snip that wire there, and we're going to. That will overflow into that pipe, which should send water. Yeah, we are stressing our power grid. Something fierce here. Let them finish that batch, and then we'll turn that off. I have stomach issues, so I can't do spicy. I'm not supposed to do spicy. I've learned the line, but I should really not do any of it at all, honestly. So I feel your pain. There's a new flavor that I love. No, Buck and Ranch Takis. Ooh. You can't go wrong with ranch. I mean, it's not always the most, like... It doesn't have a lot of nuance and character, but it definitely just hits right there, you know what I mean? Now, this is probably going to translate into a decent amount of power, right? How much iron ore do we have? Okay, we'll make some temporary stuff out of iron ore. Alright, that'll sort itself out soon enough. I take meds so I can eat most things, but it's a problem if I go too far. Yeah, same. Like, I love spicy, especially on, like, breakfast burritos and stuff, but, like, I've learned that I can just sprinkle a little, but if I put it on thick like I like it, that's when problems start happening, so... everything in moderation is the old saying, right? Cooler the farther up we go. Okay, sorry. I don't know if I've actually expressed what's going on in my head, right? We've got the cooling loop coming through here. I don't want to make enough steel to build steel stuff over here. But we need power to come down to the aqua tuner, and we need power for the refinement to make the pieces of plastic we need. Hey, buddy. It's kitty time. I love talking about food on an empty stomach, right? Hey, buddy. Never go shopping for food on an empty stomach. Always a bad idea. Hey, sweetie. I'll finish stream soon, I promise, okay? You are such a handsome boy, and I love you so much. I love you so much. Yes. He wants to love. He wants to love. Come here. What I was trying to say is that since we've got the cooling loop coming through here, we could kind of use a little bit of that cooling loop to make sure that when we build stuff out of copper or iron ore over here, it doesn't go above that 75. I find pepper spicy and can only eat one kind of Dorito in moderation. Oh, okay, yeah. I could hit something reasonably hard with some black pepper and not have a problem. But I love me some Frank's Red Hot, and I can't put that shit on everything. You know. Hey, bud. You are a two-handed cat, aren't you? You are Mr. Two-handed Cat. Look how adorable you are, huh, sweetie? Huh? I love him. Will you be on the lap? Is the lap a good one? God, I love you. Oh. Alright, Bubba. If you can do lap, I can give you half a hand now and again, okay? Okay? Papa is streaming right now. Okay, so they're going to build that bridge. And that is basically the last part of the loop that needs to get built, but we need to actually power the thing. It's going to be doing the thing. Alright, so that all being said... Alright, let's plan to build up here, right? Another long string of pipe and everything. And more power that has to be run. Okay, it's going to be a whole thing. So we're going to build on this bit here. We're going to need an oil refinery. We'll build it out of iron ore. We're going to want that to go into... Theoretically, we want that to go into a reservoir. right? Just for a little bit of a buffer. And then we need... Classic setup is to do two polymer presses facing each other with a space in between like that. And put a little bit of water in there so that so that the steam doesn't steam outwards. Now, that all being said, I'm going to do that so they don't actually build any of that. Bye-bye. I think we brought Turner on so far. Now, over here, we have the advantage of the fact that we have lead out here, and we can build radiant pipe out of lead. It's not an amazing situation, but let's just build some liquid pipes just to get these in, right? So this output is going to go to that input. This output is just going to go over here, and this is going to come from down here somewhere. Then we can build radiant pipe out of lead straight across there. And we go over to plumbing, we grab a bridge. That comes that way. We snip that. And that goes like that. Right? Right. Now, the pump itself is... We're probably going to have enough steel to make this out of... this pump out of steel. Because we need to put it down here in the liquid, and that's definitely going to get hotter than 75 degrees. So then it comes down to, like, how much can we get away with iron to steel? We need, how much steel? 400, 250. So we need 2 batches of steel. And we've got enough to do that. Like I said, we are straining our system entirely too much here, so that's a frustrating thing. Also, this needs to get power down to here, and oh, that's right, the power. We need the power. This wasn't the hard part, it was the power that was the hard part. Right. That's okay. It's okay. Alright, I think we just gotta let the base run. They can start building the piping here, right? And then queued up the stuff we need. And we're gonna need heavy watt wire, because of course we will. And let's do that out of iron ore. All of this, again, is temporary as shit, so we bring this up here, heavy watt joint plate. Again, out of iron. Always rotate in this game. Couldn't put that there. Why? Oh, because it overlaps that. Fine. I don't mind. That can go there. You gotta love temporary systems that are almost as complicated and large as full-on systems, right? We're gonna need... three of those guys. Hey, buddy. I know, I know. Hey, Bubs. Okay. So that's a lot of building, but we'll let them do that. Oh, hey, buddy. I love him. You can't get upset that he wants to be on you, right? Alright, I need them to build all of that, and I need this to start getting some water into it, which is not going to happen until we're done making things over here. Because we need that line to back up. Okay, we made the steel we need. That gives us 400. Plumbing. Everything's got to be made out of steel. You go there. At least we're not playing on a mini-map. So, like, building this stuff is not the worst. Because we're not... we're limited on resources. This isn't a ginormous asteroid, but it's also not... it's not a mini-base or, like, super, super tiny asteroid either. We've got enough materials to do a few things. You know, we don't have to drive ourselves crazy. The reason I have them building all of this first is that it kind of all needs to come online at the same time. Once we get above 75 degrees, all this stuff will start overheating and breaking. So we kind of need the cooling line in place first, but the cooling line is going to be powered by these generators. So it's one of those things we need to pretty much kick everything off at the same time and then keep an eye on it. But at the moment, I think we're moving in the right direction. It's just going to take time from to build everything. I can't believe I'm still pounding back my first... Well, I guess my half, because I had like a cup and a half of coffee. So, cheers. Last bit of... got a couple of sips left. See, we're getting essentially the equivalent of brownouts. Like, our wire can't handle more than the 1,000 that it's pulling. It can only pull 1,000 because of this power transformer. God, I want to get off that power grid so bad. I can't wait to deconstruct everything up here. Like, I can't wait to deconstruct this whole starter base. It's super chill, right? What are we doing? Is my peaceful rim on peaceful? Oh, this playthrough. Yeah, everything is chill. I carried a little stress in from yesterday's RimWorld play and the fact that I couldn't get Hellblade running this morning, but you know, that's not on Ani. This world is going quite well. I feel like we're doing all the right things. It's just a matter of getting them done. Just realized how dumb that question is. I shall never ask again something so dumb. What are we asking? No, it's not a dumb question, actually, Sweetney, because my peaceful colony isn't actually on peaceful. I actually set my peaceful colony to losing is fun, and then turned off the major threats and raids. So the crop growth, the disease rate, all of that is actually on losing as fun settings, not peace. Like the peaceful settings for all of that is way less. So it's not necessarily it's not necessarily a dumb question. You might think it is, but it's not. I would say what I'm doing is losing is peaceful. That'll probably be the title of the very first one that I do on stream if I wind up doing it on stream. I kind of like the idea of doing it, but it's also like, it's nice to have something that I'm not streaming at the same time. But anyway, I'll probably keep the one I've got going as my, like, fuck around thing, and then maybe we'll do, we won't do, like, a crazy long, peaceful RimWorld thing if we do it. I really want to do Ice Sheet, 500% Ice Sheet, so that's another one that's in the mix. All right, once they've built all the pipes and wires and stuff, we'll build the tiles underneath, and that should give them the ability to build everything up here. Right now it's at 60 degrees, so we got about 15 degrees of temperature before it overheats. So as long as we can get everything spun up at reasonably the same time. Can't do digging, decreased husbandry, cannot do building, no. Slicksters, we can't actually keep them alive at the moment. We've got a couple on map, right? We've got a couple of slicksters on map. Yeah, they're still floating around. Let's just not worry about that. We'll grab the bristleberry. Extra calories isn't the worst thing in the world. We seem to be keeping people going pretty well. No, it wasn't a dumb question at all. Alright, let's get everybody working a little faster. I like to play on one. I don't know what it is about me and colony builders. There's something satisfying to me about just kind of watching everything happen in slow motion. Not that I full on no pause, but it's easier to not pause when you're playing on a one. You know, the dupes are over there. You queue something up. They come back. They do the thing. Yeah, it gives more time to plan. We're approaching that point in the playthrough where if we get these current systems working reasonably soon, we could start playing a little bit faster and looser without having to worry that much. Once this line backs up that's running water up to the refinery, it'll then start filling up our cooling loop. And I have this snipped so that it goes into the reservoir but doesn't keep flowing through. Because we don't have anything to actually cool it down yet. And then once we got a decent amount in this reservoir, we'll snip the line so it's not going to overfill it, and we'll start running the loop. This guy. Let's copy these settings, because it's going to be kind of equally important that they get to each one of these. Thing is this system's not going to be up for a hella long time. I mean, I don't think I've ever said hella before in my life. It's going to be up long enough to get the plastic we need for a steam turbine, and then we're going to rip it down and put a more appropriate cooling system in place. We'll be moving the... I mean, it'll work until we get that built, but we'll wind up putting a steam turbine aqua tuner setup going somewhere. I keep looking up here. Like, this is an ideal spot in my brain to put a row of 5 steam turbines. I like the idea of using 5 steam turbines because we're going to be pulling water out of that area because we need to boil it somehow, right? So we'll be boiling it, and we'll be setting up some automation so that when it overpressures the steam room a little bit, the steam turbines will then push out to this water over here, which is another great reason for building it up here, because it's going to push the excess water out into this thing that we got, this storage system for water to power the SPOM. And 5 of them will output a full pipe. If you have 6 and they're all trying to push water out, they won't be able to all push water out. So that's most likely what we're going to do. How do we have insufficient resources for that? Are they running them over right now? Yes. Okay, excellent. Alright, I'm gonna hold off on letting them build this stuff until we've got some liquid in the loop. There we go. Prime in the loop. Prime in the loop. Again, we have too many things on our power grid. We're getting spotty power because of it. Water is not the optimal thing for this. I would prefer polluted water for this, and definitely would rather some sort of coolant, whether it's super coolant or even like, I don't think petroleum or crude is necessarily the best for your base loop. It's definitely what you want in your refinery loop. Hey, buddy. All right, I'll slow it down so we can kitty a little bit. There's a kitty. Oh, I love this boy. I love him so much. I love this baby. Can I just love you forever? You know, just forever and ever and ever. I love you. God, I wish you guys could hear the purrs. The purrs are so good right now. Who's my little motor? Who's my fuzzy motor? I love you. I love you so much. Yes, I do. So for anybody who doesn't know the story, someone abandoned Tack in a box in the alleyway. And the people that live out in the guest house found him and asked if I could help find him a place to live because, you know, they knew I was into cats and that I knew the local cat lady. And so I was like, well, let me meet the fella. Maybe I can find him a place to live. And I took one look and fell in love. I was like, you don't have to look anymore. He's home. Just hang on to him for a couple of minutes. I'm going to run to the corner and get litter and food. And he has been with me for, what, 2.5, almost 3 years now, bud? You're about 3 years old. Yeah? So I have had you for 2.5. You were almost a half a year old when you came into my world. And your birthday is probably sometime in April, if we follow what the doc guessed. So you've been with me 2.5 years? Little squeaks, little squeaks. I promise I'm going to get you more food after stream, but no. It's not roughhouse time. Papa doesn't mind roughhousing sometimes, but not right this second, Bubba. All right, what do we got in here? Not quite enough. All right, let's kick this up again. Interdependent systems. If it's dumb and it works, is it actually dumb? The fact that this thing is running is fantastic. Even if it sucks up all of this water. See, this shuts off every once in a while. We're going to snip that out. There's enough oxygen in the docks over here. I shouldn't have put in a third suit. It's just unnecessary. That should allow the other systems to soak up a little bit more space as far as powers. Yeah, that's running smooth now. This adds just that little bit of extra that makes it difficult to power the system. Now, the reason we're not getting, like, overloads and wires breaking is because we have the transformer. Only 1,000 watts is coming to the line. So even though the potential is 3,450, it won't blow the line because it'll limit it to only getting 1,000. It can't pull more than 1,000, so things will turn off and get spotty. You see how it's jumping up and down like that? And that's how you overstress your power grid in a reasonable way. How much water do we want in this? We need it to be able to fill the whole line. Each blob is 10 kilos. Oh, look. This thing is outputting steam. This thing is putting it into here. Perfect. So the system is doing the job it needs to do. This is what we're waiting on right now. I think we can snip that out now, just so we stop wasting our backup algae. That'll also give us a little bit of power back, so hopefully that can run more full time. Wonderful. Now we're cooking. That's working in theory, of course. Really? Shit. Alright, this is not... Yeah, we need to get this working, because this is not... It's getting overpressured because the steam isn't getting converted to water quick enough. We should have put some temp shift plates in here. I think once the cooling loop comes online, though, it should help the situation. Yeah, if we had a couple of temp shift plates in here, that would have been a good idea. Live and learn. We'll make adjustments if we need to. We could always liquid lock with crude back in so the steam doesn't escape. It's a pain in the ass, but I think once we get this pipe going, it shouldn't have a problem. What are we at in here? 3 tons? Is 3 tons enough for this loop? I think that'll be it. Let's let it fill. We'll just run it on a 3 for a minute. We'll let that thing fill up all the way, and that should be more than enough for our loop. Then we'll build the pieces we need to get the power to it. Yeah, this thing can't be overpressuring. We might need to build this out. Like I said, I think once we get this moving, it'll be harder for all of this to stay the wrong temperature. It'll basically move over here, and this thing will just immediately... but it is well over 100 degrees in there, so steam is more or less staying steam. Okay, that is full. So we're going to do this. Right? We need the power in here working first-ish. 50 to 60 degrees in here. Okay, we can get away with a little bit. Well, let's hope, at least. Yes, Appa. Actually, 7 those, 6 these. This is how we priority build, right? Actually, what we can do is 8, 7, 6, and they should build that in the right order. Yay! If it's dumb and it works, then don't worry about it. Exactly. Sorry, you probably wrote that a while ago when I was talking about dumb shit. Yeah, when it's idle, the steam... Yeah, we just need to be converting steam back down. The radiant pipe itself is 100 degrees, so... Now, don't do things the way I do. I'm putting our situation up here on a completely different loop, right? Or on the same loop as our base. Not a great idea, quite frankly, but it'll work. I know it'll work, so I'll make it a thing for now. We might have to make minor adjustments as we go and whatnot, but in general, it should be okay. If it pushes the aqua tuner too hard, it might pose a problem, but we will see what happens. And since we're planning on putting the industrial area kind of over here, it'll be easy enough to split the loop and put a separate cooling loop for the actual SPOM if we need to. If we need to. One other thing I forgot to build over here that I should build, and that's a battery. Okay, watching them build. This thing, once this system is working, will automatically fill these from the container here. But we're going to have the dupes manually put coal in them, which they're not doing because they've got priorities that are higher at the moment because of the way we have it set. But that's okay. Got a few degrees to play with. We're going to snip that for now. We don't want petroleum going straight into those until we've had a chance to do a few other things. Okay. Pretty happy with today's progress. Getting these things done is definitely something I'm happy about. And our base is still not looking that bad where it counts, so. Barb's coming to build that. That's pumping crude up there, and at this point, we need to allow the liquid to do its thing. So, fingers crossed, everybody. So in the pipe right now, we've got 26-degree liquid. .3 in the box, which is what we pulled out of here in the reservoir. New printables. What do we got? What do we got? Not dupes, though. Not like, yeah, we got to take the suit. I can't look at the dupes. We can't look at the dupes. Don't even look at them. Don't even look at them. We get a snazzy suit. I'm sure maybe there was a good one there, but snazzy suit. Let's give that to... Let's give it to Barb. Barb is going to spend a lot of time in ugly places because they're mainly an operator, so they might as well look good. You know that feeling when you want to play a game, but it's too overwhelming? Yes, yes I do. I know that feeling very, very well, actually. 4. Ooh, yeah, that's coming out real toasty. That's going to take a lot of time to stabilize, actually. Yeah, that's going to be awkward. That's gonna be awkward. Okay, so that's gonna pull way more temperature. It's gonna start heating up the base. So... Okay, how can I do this? How can I do this? I don't want them to work that just yet. Because that's going to create a lot of heat over here. Yeah. We're gonna... do a little system over here. We're gonna... We're basically gonna take the base off of the loop until we're able to stabilize the temperature, because this thing is just gonna cook and cook and cook. In fact, I'm just gonna burst some pipes. We gotta stop that. If the water boils in the pipes, that's going to cause a problem, and it's going to boil in the pipes as long as it's coming through here, rotating without being made cooler. The reason I snipped it again is because if anything sits in here, it's going to break the pipes. We need it to actually be getting cooled down, so we're going to put this temporary here. We'll bridge on here. Ugh. Actually. No, other way, sorry. Now this thing should kick on. 56 to 44, that's what we're looking for. Still might have to do a few things to make that. Now we cross our fingers and keep an eye on it and see if it works. If we had gotten this in place before this started to go off, we would have been a much better situation, but... So we're going in at 24. This is where it starts to heat up fast. It's a lot of heat. See, because some of these are going to come in at 40 and then pick up heat from in here. Hey, Bubs. And we probably should have vacuumed the oxygen out of here, because then when the steam turned to liquid, there would be nothing but vacuum. Six to 47 is 11 degrees, and the aqua tuner pulls out 14. That's coming in from over here because we haven't caught the loop up yet. we're still in good shape as far as the amount that's in there. Again, we're just trying to make sure that we're not going to boil the water in the pipes. There are times to do that, but right with this system, it's not one of them. Yeah, I screwed up a little. We're going to have to make adjustments to this. It should work for our purposes, but at the moment, we're going to have to... Okay, the water's at 33 degrees in the pipe. We're basically waiting for this to go down to a level where it's not going to overheat our plants. The goal is to chill our plants, not overheat them. So we're going to let this loop on itself a little bit. And then we'll bring the base in. I'd actually like this to go dormant. If the, like, I know it's insane. Like, it's got 83 cycles before it goes dormant again. But, you know, again, we'll work with what we got. We'll work with what we got. These are not generating heat at the moment because... they're not turning on because we've filled this up. There's 20 kilos of hydrogen here and 349 kilos per tile of oxygen there, so... Contents 44.1. Yeah. Alright. We'll have to make adjustments, but it's not the hardest thing in the world to do. We just can't bring the main base into this loop quite yet. See, basically, if this had time to chill the whole thing down before all this happened... Like, the input can't keep going up in temperature. That's got to start coming down. So going in at 33. Coming out at 40. That's okay. The aqua tuner pulls out, I think it's 14 degrees of temperature. So if we're only picking up like 10 or 11 degrees in here, our overall is going to be going down in temperature, right? .3, 39.4, 5, 6, 7, 5, 4, 2. I think it's working. Got to remember that a lot of the materials and stuff we were using in here were already hot, so we're dealing with cooling down what exists there as well as cooling down the steam as it comes out. Probably should have left a little bit more room around it. Also, probably should have vacuumed it out. Should have done quite a few things. We'll have to make minor adjustments, but the fact that it's actually working, 38.7. What are we outputting? 30.9, 31. Yeah, once the output of this gets down to less than we would normally, like You guys know what I'm talking about. And you see it's heating up the oil down here, which is why I'm also not trying to pump it. We need mass to dump heat into. So all this stuff is reasonably chill over here because it's picking up. So this is also coming in here at 38C. By the time it gets down here, it's at 39. So it's only picking up a degree or two over here. That can be done. That's way more liquid than yeah. No gas output. This is probably too much water in here, too. Did not mean to do that. Completely forgot that was going on. I always forget these things have a gas output, too. I think it outputs CO2. Right? CO2, yep. It's going to be difficult to get water out of there if I made that too much water. I don't think... Well, I don't know how much water is supposed to be there. Honestly. I rarely ever use polymer presses. I didn't mean to put down a whole bunch. I just wanted a little bit. They might be flooded, but... Hey, buddy, give me a sec. Give me a sec. I feel that. I got BG3 for my birthday, and I haven't started it yet because I know it will devour my life. Oh, it's working. Alright, keeping an eye on the loop. 25 degrees. $26 degrees coming in here, coming out at 41. I mean, if the loop is coming out at 26 degrees, we're moving in the right direction because we're looping the same water now. This bridge is not allowing water to come on as long as this pipe is full. That thing is definitely putting in a lot of work down here, though. $39. $38. And we've got 60 kilos of plastic. Literally need 200 for a steam turbine, but we'll let this work a little bit. We haven't even refined much of anything. Like, this has got 155 kilos in it. 25.6. Yeah, we'll have to make adjustments to this because we can't have this overpressuring every time it does that. We'll have to give it a little bit more space and or put temp shift plates in here. Maybe vacuum out the bit of oxygen that's in here. It's going to be a thing. Not for today's nether, though. I think we might actually be safe to bring the base in. Right? Alright. Let's do that. So we snip there and go like that. Future Nether will thank you for today. He will. He's he knows. He knows the trials and tribulations. $120 kilos of plastic already. Let's pump a little of that in there. 150 kilos of plastic. That's a lot faster than I would have anticipated. We almost have enough for a steam turbine. See, that's the thing, is like you take the time to set these systems up, and then it's like they run for a couple of minutes. It's like, all right, all that temporary stuff we did can now be ripped out for the permanent thing, and it's like 5 minutes later, right? Yeah, temp shift plates are going to be a thing. We're going to have to get them in there. We have diamonds, so we can use that. Might as well not be stingy with stuff. $13.2 tons of diamond. It's 800 for a temp shift plate. So let's say utilities, temp shift plate, diamond. We would want to put one like here, 2, 5. Yeah, that'd be almost half our diamond. Maybe a little over half our diamond. $27.8. Why are the contents 40? Nope. That's not working. How is that 40 degrees? It was just... It's going in at 40. Not getting power. Right, because this thing is eating too much power. Okay, that's the problem. It's fine. Alright. Now, okay, that's working. Fine. Well, there's not enough power to run the refinery, the polymer presses, and the aqua tuner, so I just accidentally heated our base up a little bit. That's fine. Now we're working in the right direction again. Okay. Yeah, we'll let these run until they run out the petroleum in here, which is 330 kilos. Hungry but don't want to cook. Yeah, I hear you on that, Julie. God, how many hours, Julie, do we sit here just watching temperatures inside of pipes and stuff? Just like, all right, we built a system. Now let's watch it and see if it actually works. Oh, thank you, Killer. You're fantastic. I would love that. I'd love to have some of your cooking. Maybe too long? Yeah, I agree. Alright, I'm confident enough that we can do that. Blub blub. Okay, yeah, that's working. So here's my plan for this. Maybe we could do this today. My plan is to build a little liquid lock here out of crude oil, because otherwise it'll just boil the water. Come down into here, brick this in. Well, maybe not brick this in. Maybe brick it in up to here. We kind of need this. Well, it won't overpressure then. I need to get the oxygen out of here. We might have to let this do its thing until this goes dormant and then break in. It's going to be subpar. See how quick it jumps up to that many kilos? We need it to get cooler quicker. We could add more radiant pipe in here. That would do the trick, but... Tuna salad. I'm not a tuna person, but I'm sure your cats will appreciate the scraps. Yeah, and there's a little bit of polluted oxygen in there. Yeah, I should have vacuumed this out before we started. That would have been the smart play. Because if there was no air in here, the moment this turned to liquid, it would just suck the rest of the steam over. So if we put in a few temp shift plates, I don't even think we have to waste our diamond. I think we could put in a few granite temperature shift plates, get all the gases out of here, and then it should run fine. It should run fine. Coming in at 19C. Excellent. How much temperature do we have in here? Excellent. New printables. Let's see what we got. Aw, Drecklet. I'm not taking another dupe right now. I'm gonna take the Drecklet. I'm gonna move him over here to our little, like, wild meat reserve. Did nobody put on the snazzy suit? I thought I told Barb to put that on. Oh. Why won't she put it on, then? Huh. Okay. How much plastic do we have? 570 kilos. So we don't even need this system anymore. We just need power for this guy, so that's working. Could theoretically take the oil well off of it as well. .25C. Yeah, so when this thing is erupting, the temperature goes up to about 25. When it goes idle, it drops down to like 20. And that's pretty much perfect. That's kind of what I expected. So we're going into base at 25C here. Coming out more or less the same temperature because we're already, like, balanced at 25C here. Shouldn't pick up anything through the insulated pipes. And then we're coming out at 37. Okay, so yeah. Heats up, cools back down during dormancy. It's dodgy, but it'll do. 25 to 38 is 13, so we're just barely pulling enough out. Again, if this had gone dormant, that would have been a different story. Because then all of this would be ice cold when it started up again. There are more professional ways of dealing with this, but this is just for now. All right. Monitoring systems while stroking the beard. Okay, so since we have plastic... I'm going to leave this here for now. Okay. Next thing that we're going to have to think about. We have 63 tons of coal, right? Okay. Sorry, I'll let you guys in on my brain. Coal's not going to last forever. In fact, with 3 of these cooking full time, plus these kicking on when they need to, we're going to start just chopping through our coal reserves right now. So we have 63 tons of coal to transition to a more stable power source, right? So that means we could start trying to we got to start trying to get together an industrial brick, basically, because making steel is actually a power positive process if you run the coolant through a steam chamber. So we could turn our power sink into a power positive process, basically be making steel and generating a little power using the steam turbine. It's not going to be enough power with a single steam turbine, but if we can get one going and then use that to push power to get more, that'd be a difference. That'd be fantastic, right? So, yeah, this is going to require quite a bit of thinking and planning. This thing is going to drain this eventually, which is fine. That should give us a nice baseline of oil. Okay. Weird system. And we are making too much pickled meal. 66,000 is just... it's over... it's a little too much. So we're gonna uproot these new ones we put down. And keep an eye on the food. Okay, so we're at the stage where we're probably going to call stream soon. Usually I go for 6 hours. We started late. It's usually about the time I stop, which is why Kitty is rambunctious at the moment. So let's just talk about planning for next time, which will most likely be Thursday. We're trying to stream Ani on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Going to try and get Hellblade working tonight. We'll either do evening streams or swap that out for a day or two, but I desperately want to get on and fix my RimWorld colony tomorrow. I guess I should say fix or lose. Either way, I would prefer to move on from what's going on in that colony. Either victory or defeat, either way. So, next step, more or less, is to start planning and moving industrial stuff, right? So what we're going to do... We could start strip mining some stuff is what we could do. You know what? Let me cue that up, and then I'll run my mouth for a half second here. We'll start stripping everything out over here, because we're going to need this space. So what we're going to do is we're going to work on moving all of this up here, over here. This is going to be where our industrial area is going to go. We're going to put down steam turbines pretty much at this level, a little lower so we have some room for some water automation to go into here, right? We're going to then, under here, start putting in our refineries, and we'll probably put in our coal. We'll also put in a petroleum generator or two. What we'll do is we'll wind up setting this setup with the petroleum or the oil refinery up here, feeding into the petroleum generator that's on a battery, because we don't want to run it full time until we've got enough petroleum to run it full time. We'll get all of that over here. Remove the aqua tuner from down here to into the steam chamber up here. We'll keep our coal going, but basically that gets the heat generators out of our main base area. Then we can start putting transformers in next to our industrial area for the base, and we can switch from regular wire to conductive wire, which will carry twice as much power. We can pretty much run our whole base on a single conductive wire, but we might split it up to like 2 or 3 depending on how we want to do that. Power and heat are always a thing with every project you got to do, right? So okay, so then basically our basic industrial area is going to go here. Then we need a lava tank that drops into a petroleum boiler about here. The gases will probably float down this way into what's going to eventually be the bottom of this is just going to be slickster ranches nonstop. And we'll have to do a design that actually makes sense, because like I said earlier, I've never been able to actually get the water to vaporize, but that might have to do with setting a thermosensor correctly. Yeah, and then we'll have to start working on moving the Drecos around. We've got 55 units of reed fiber. That's plenty of reed fiber to take the Dreco farms down for a little bit so we can rebuild them properly. We're not going to run out of reed fiber for suits anytime soon. I don't even think you need it to repair the suits, do you? Oh, you do. 1 unit. 1 worn Atmos suit, 1 unit of reed fiber. So we've got enough for 55 repairs, was it? Reed fiber. 55. We got enough for 55 repairs, which is a lot. The dupes don't... On this difficulty setting, which is your basic defaults, they don't rip through the suits nearly as fast. Plus, most of them are getting into exosuits training now, so... get us a little elbow room to work with here. We can also capture and dump this natural gas into a natural gas generator. So in our industrial area, we're going to have petroleum generators and natural gas generators. How much iron ore do we have? 51.7 tons. Do we have more to rip out of this place? We do. Not an infinite amount, but a decent amount. We can do most of our wires out of lead. Yeah. So make this a more efficient system, get an industrial... Like, we're probably going to have to run this like this at low efficiency until this thing goes dormant in 86 cycles. By then, we should have a decent backlog of water, and I think we should be okay with it outputting. We could always run this water into this storage. Same thing with this if we stop needing it. We're currently using it for coolant, but we're going to switch over to using crude and or petroleum for coolant because we'll cycle it through the steam chamber. That'll be great. I can't wait to get a proper industrial area up. This will be fantastic. It does mean that a lot of these pipes that we just built today to get this system working, we're gonna have to move a lot of. Like, we might legitimately put this whole system on its own aqua tuner, and then the base on a separate cooling system. I think that might be prudent. Because then we can really hit this hard with cooling. You can see over here, these are already starting to get more and more green/yellow. This area is chilling out a lot because we've got the cooling loop going through here. And none of this is running at full time. I mean, these are not running at all at the moment because they have nowhere to output. These only kick on every once in a while, so we're not generating a lot of heat in this box. The heat is all coming from over here, so slowly but surely this is chilling down. We're converting that to water. Everything seems to be working the way it should be working. And there's a substantial amount of mass here, right? Our aqua tuner's not going to boil this for a very long time. Aqua tuner's got to stay below 325. Crude's going to boil at 399. All of this water is going to get pumped in here for that, which is a nice place to start. Okay. And then gradually we'll have to start pumping water into the oil reservoirs, which will be a whole other thing. Yeah, there will be adjustments to the system. I should have just built an access panel into it because I know that we're going to have to change this. From this wall over, we're solid, but this bit here, because some of the water, it's going to be this balancing act. Same thing with the way we just kick-started this whole system down here. We need water to get the crude flowing. We need crude to make more water. And we need the petroleum boiler to work, which is going to involve all sorts of steel and shenanigans. Petroleum boiler is going to be a substantial size. And then moving the base over. See, now we're looking nice over here. See, like, we're smearing the temperature out. We are 100% like pulling heat out of there. Going in at 21. More or less coming out same temperature. Okay. Okay. We might be producing more polluted water than our overflow plants can eat. We might have to put in a third bristle blossom. Because we've got 7 dupes and toilets are a water positive process. Let's do that. Better safe than sorry, right? This is insane. It's been a long time since I've done this kind of stuff where it's like an actual base, like, meant to last for a long period of time. Anybody gonna build the hydroponics tile? Anybody want to build it? There we go. Did we rename Turner? Okay, yeah, we did not rename Turner yet, by the way, guys. So if anybody wants to name Turner, Point Redemption is available. He's the newest dupe. Until we get some more stable systems, we're probably going to be stuck at 7 here. There we go. Once that gets built. So we're sieving the water, prioritizing the toilets, secondarily prioritizing the carbon skimmer, and then third priority overflows to the bristle blossom plants here, which eat the extra water and provide us with a little bit of extra food. Right now, though, since we have 7 dupes, it's going to take a little bit more power to eat all of that water. So we got 3 of them down now instead of 2. With any luck, that should be enough. If not, we'll put down a 4th one. It's not like it's a big deal. It doesn't really cost us anything. We've got the light bulb going, and we're already getting overflow on the water, right? So, how's our temperature in the pipe? 22, going out at 23. Perfect. Picking up a degree or 2 in here is pretty much exactly what I expect it to be doing. Okay, checking in on the dupes. I don't want to be over leveling people. Let's put you into more science so you get better quicker. I'd love to give Killer over here. Have a great night. See you next time. All right, sounds good, Julie. You have a good one. I'm going to be calling it real soon here anyway, so you have yourself an amazing evening. Take care. Be well. Give the kitties some love from me. Julie's dupe needs to get into suit sustainability. So we'll go that way. Green thumbs, kind of same thing, but at the same time, not, right? Same thing with Bar. We don't want to over-level our people, right? Then we can't handle the nonsense. Because they keep skipping the nature reserve. I mean, our morale is phenomenal, except every once in a while they're like, oh, you know, I went through the nature reserve, but I didn't stop to smell the roses. Almost literally. Is there anything else we want to try and get done today? I think that's probably enough nonsense in dupedom. We can hook this back up. In fact, we need to hook that back up. So, next time what we're going to do is start working on and planning that industrial area and swapping over to that. We'll also be able to get this actually pumping oxygen into the base theoretically next time, and in doing so we'll also be able to just take a pipe of that and go into our suits, so we don't have to have this system which knocks out that as a power system, because this is going to power itself, so that we won't need all of this to get oxygen in there. It'll just come directly from over here. Same thing up here. We got 2 pipes that are going to come out, so okay. And once we've started sorting that out a little bit, once we have a basic industrial setup where we've got power going and we're doing our cooling without bullshit methods, we can start focusing on reshaping the base and going into space. We can get ourselves a proper Radbolt research setup going, which, you know, we'll probably end up having to we're either going to manual Radbolt for a while, because we've got a lot of uranium on the crust, or we're going to swap over to a shine bug reactor. You know, depends on what's going on. We will do our best to actually capture this natural gas. There's a build that contains it within here, but again, it's another thing that requires power. So the more things that require power, the more on a razor's edge this is all going to be, right? Are we water? Yeah, we're stuffing water in here slowly but surely. Okay, the blubs are blubbing. We're hypothetically not going to need a lot of the pipes that are existing in base, as far as like this one pumping up to here and this one pumping over to here. I could see a world where, yeah, next time, by the time we get done with next time, this electrolyzer should be out of here, should be running off of this. We can start pumping this water either into here or wherever else we need it for whatever else we need it for. It's a little on the toasty side, but we've got enough crude coming in that we can start making some petroleum as soon as we organize all this stuff I was just talking about. We can use that in the cooling loop for our refineries over here. And we'll design our area. We'll probably design it where the refineries and stuff are outside of the steam chamber to start, but then we'll evolve it as time goes on. We'll slap an aqua tuner inside the steam chamber for the industrial area and the SPOM, and then we'll slap a second one in there for the cooling of all the base and crops and everything. At that point, we should have enough brute force cooling that we can start ripping down walls and moving things around, getting ourselves the space we need, because we did the math on it, and if we can shift this ladder over enough to give this guy a little breathing room, then it also gives us enough room to put our housing in, probably like right in here. Full on, like, legit bedrooms for the dupes. You know, we'll eventually get all the plastic we could handle and give them all comfy beds and all that good shit. I want everybody to be comfortable. So then they'll come out of their bases with their Atmos suits on. They'll come over to the main line. They can go out the door. They can go out into our industrial area, or they can go down into what's going to be a giant slickster ranch on the bottom of the map. We'll have ways to get over to the teleporter here. That's the only thing that I'm considering putting in a transport tube to get to, is basically at the exit, put a transport tube that leads down here, because it is kind of an awkward way to go. Unless we wind up putting ladders on this side too, but meh. And then with that being said, since this is going to be shifted over, a lot of this space over here is probably going to get turned into some sort of ranches. I was even thinking about getting up, like, if we want to get really ridiculous, I think that's the edge of space. Right? Yeah, because we can, yeah. So the edge of space is right there. Tallest rocket is 35, plus 2 for the platform, plus bunker tiles that don't melt, plus obsidian insulated tiles. Then we're going to want, we might want to put bunker doors across the top. That's another tile. 40 tiles, give it a little bit of breathing room. Let's say 45 tiles down. So at the very tallest, we would want the rockets to come down to there. So if we build them right into here, we'll have a little bit of extra room up top, which will be good. And then we can try and set up a system for collecting all of the water and ice that comes in. That's another source of ice. If we can manage to collect the water that's coming in from the ice meteors, we can augment our water supply even further, which would be great. I love these fun puzzles. This area is at a decent temperature. We could put in a fourth one of these and then probably run this a little bit, but it's not super important right now. That plastic getting us our first steam turbine is the big jam here. 72,000 meal wood. Pickled meal. Okay. You got born on that tile, didn't you? Okay, so we've got idle... Jesus, look at this. Alright, we've got idle dupes. We also have pips, so we can make use of, we can make use of some wild ranching. Like, we have fungal spores. We could theoretically create, like, a very large wild ranched mushroom situation. We could literally wild ranch just about anything, right? Hydrogen tanks filling up nicely. Okay. I think this is a good spot to call it, everybody. Let's hit the save button, and then let's see who's online so we can raid out and say hi to some people. I'll wind up going and grabbing some dinner, and then I will be trying to fix Hellblade. Let me turn this off. Of course, thank you for coming, Aya. Glad you guys like my my shenanigans. So let's see who is online and playing Oxygen Not Included. All right, let's see. Don't see anybody that we usually raid playing Ani, so let's see who else is online. That looks Japanese. Oh, Two Legit City is playing. I've never rated Two Legit City. He's awesome. They are awesome. I don't know how they identify, but let's go raid them. They've got a lot of people in there, and they are one of the biggest content creators for Ani. So if you guys like Ani, definitely a good person to go check out. Has a lot of cool tutorials and videos and wonderful stuff like that. So we're going to go say hi. Looks like they've got a motherfucking crazy good system going here. Damn, that's a good-looking freaking colony. All right. Well, I'll see you guys tomorrow for some RimWorld, and I'll let you know how it goes with Hellblade. Thank you all for being amazing. Take care of yourselves. Be well.
Hobby has a new PC, never cuts out. No, it's not anything to do with the Wi-Fi. You want to have a Ethernet cable connection. Otherwise, Wi-Fi can always just cut out randomly.